Yes, I saw that there's a hangout going on. And you guys moving in here, I guess?
Yeah, I think Nadia is joining soon too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was there. I was there actually. Yeah. Yeah, but it's all Swedish in here.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna just quickly reload
Yeah, sure.
because the interface is in Swedish. Yes. Uh,
It's better if you change SV at the end to EN, and then of course SE
right. Yeah.
to US.
Yeah. I think only en equals en should work. I'm gonna try it.
Yeah, perhaps.
Yep, it worked.
Yeah, great. And we
Hey,
have
Floyd.
Floyd here too. Great.
Yeah.
Uh, Jeff, welcome. Jeff is new to me, I think.
Hi, yes. I'm Jeff Keller from the States.
Yeah, welcome.
Thank you.
So I was recently in the Veckel hangout where we talked about morality, but he had a bad cold, so he had to end it. And then I said that I can start a hangout, and you can join, of course.
So we're gonna continue on the morality topic.
Well, as I said, atheism versus theism, any related topic you want, really. So,
Okay.
I mean, I'm not sure who in here are theists or not, but
No one so far. Not that I know of.
yeah,
I
okay.
think JJ is an
That's
atheist too. Yeah.
yeah. So, if anyone wants to share the link,
Oh, there we go. Here's a
oh
question.
yeah, Shamos, welcome.
Yeah. Hey, Seamus. I want to talk to you actually, Seamus, on the topic of secular morality. Yeah, because I saw the hangout that you were in with Veckel and Brett Keane a few days ago, and I think you guys kind of misrepresented what Ozzy said and what's the position of secular objective moralist, I guess you can say.
Sure. If you just want to talk on the so are you taking the position that within a atheistic worldview, objective morality is possible?
Oh yeah, we had this talk. If you remember, we had this talk before, and that was my position as well.
Yeah, I think we did have the talk, but I think like
Well,
I
sure.
was trying, I was trying to show you that, in my opinion, if regardless of if it doesn't appeal to a divine authority, then it's still a convention based on man. Whether it's pragmatism, an ideal, a societal
Um,
convention, anything you thought up
I
in
was
your head is subjective. So
That
what I'm
is
saying is,
very quickly. What you're saying, pragmatism. I think you're following Beckel's lead. I think you mean consequentialism. Um, Go ahead.
Yeah, I think you're making definitely that
Those are
mistake.
often confused.
Yeah, and okay, I don't remember, Seamus, that you mentioned that thing to me in that hangout that we had, but I do remember you brought it up with Veckel, and I disagree. It doesn't matter if it's a
Yeah.
man-made construct. I mean, science is a man-made construct. Doesn't mean it's subjective or arbitrary or
Actually,
arbitrary.
can I
I'll
go
just
on
be
a
quiet for a little
brief
while,
rant?
and I'll let you just present me kind of your view to
Well,
refresh me.
not in a
Yeah.
moment. I have to go for a little bit, but Nadia maybe continue.
Can I do a brief rant on pragmatism and consequentialism?
Go
So,
ahead.
well, the notion that the consequence of an action, like, does it ultimately cause harm or well-being, or does it cause holiness or unholiness or whatever? Um, that the ultimate effect is what imbues it with moral character. That is consequentialism, or at least what's called consequentialism. It's usually contrasted with three things. It's like consequentialist ethics, deontological ethics that are rule-based, and the virtue-based archaic ethics. And pragmatism is actually an ethical thing in itself, and that, as I understand it, means that the the ethics change over time to adapt to, well, not necessarily new cultures, but also something like new discoveries, realizations, and other things like that. And that's actually a pretty defensible type thing, but it means something very different in ethics from what the idea people are trotting out, what people are referring to when they say pragmatism. So it helps to really get the term right, say consequentialism when you mean that. Okay, go ahead.
Sure. I want to place a kind of scope on how I address this topic. And I think maybe some people can listen and on my thoughts, and then maybe we can go from there. This is my appeal. I like to say it like this. I don't believe in any secular morality is objective. I outright deny that. And on this basis, I'll tell you why. Any appeal that I make within a Christian worldview to objective morality, I do so solely based on the divine nature of the Bible as presented in the Christian worldview. So I like to postulate two different things here, A and B. A, if God is true, then his moral standard is ultimately objective based on the fact that there is no authority above him. If you want to dispute this, this is my favorite part of this topic. Okay, statement B. If there is no God, even the Bible, no matter how inspiring and no matter how noble of the teachings are contained therein, if there is no God, the Bible is not divinely guided. Therefore, even the teachings contained therein are subjective. So my only appeal to objectivity is the divine nature of the Bible. So what I've done here is I've held my position, I've created a dichotomy, I've said exactly how I feel, I'm appealing to the divine nature, and I'm open to admit that if there is no God, I'm wrong. So anyone that wants to approach this, it looks like Floyd's itching to get at it.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, you just presented a false dichotomy. You appeal to the Bible when there's other religious books, so you can apply that to any God, just not the Christian God. And then how does appealing to a divine being make your morality objective? Every nature is objectively, existent. So that doesn't make appealing to a authority doesn't make it objective.
Sure, I'll respond to both of those questions. The Quran or any other book that claims divine inspiration, that contains moral teachings therein, I think within their worldview, they can claim an objective sense of morality. So a Muslim, if he believes in his worldview, the Quran is divinely inspired, and in the Quran contains moral instructions, I would allow him to argue that based on the divine nature of the Quran, in his worldview, morality is objective. So I don't appeal just to Christianity. I appeal to any divinely inspired text within their worldview. And a lot of people don't understand that distinction when I say in their worldview. It's a very...
I actually have trouble, like, if a deity is actually defining morality, that to me seems very subjective. If morality is the whims of some deity that allegedly exists, that to me seems highly subjective and not based on the facts of reality.
Right, but your thoughts and opinions are also subjective, and I would argue that even though you feel that way, your thoughts and opinions have no bearing on whether or not God's standard is actually objective. Your feelings and how you perceive a topic are independent from what is actually true.
Well, you raise an interesting point. So if God's values are objective, they're appealing to a reality that is external to God, which makes him a whole lot less godlike.
That's a weird assumption to make. Go ahead, Nadia.
Well, I'm not sure if you hit on this early, or you caught this earlier with Beckel, but the actual notion of subjectivity needs some clarification to really advance this properly. And kind of a secular case, we're going to hold things like independence of observer, contingency on mind, dependence on cognitive processes for the justification and so on are possible notions of subjectivity, and objectivity, of course, is just an inverse or opposite of it. Now, this point we will have to ask you, what are you claiming subjectivity is?
Sure. What I will claim as subjectivity is any thought, convention, idea, societal norm, or anything created or invented by man. So when anyone asks me, when I hear someone argue from a secular viewpoint about objective morality, and they'll normally invoke pragmatism, utilitarianism, consequences, observer, but what I do is I have 3 questions for anyone that provides me any type of argument of objective morality in a secular worldview. How do you know this? On what basis, and how do you know this basis is accurate? So you have to answer 3 questions to me every time you present to me whatever objective standard you believe. So I'm going to write it in the sidebar, 1, 2, and 3. How do you know? On what basis? And on what basis do you decide this is accurate?
I'll take this challenge.
Yeah, I mean, you're throwing epistemology right there, which is, I think, a subject.
So,
your notion about man also is kind of loading it or preloading it with an escape hatch for your deity, which can be pretty much debated as being fair, unfair, or whatever. Sorry, go ahead, everyone else.
So my question about what is ethics, the sort of the meta-ethical question is, are there certain universal things that we as human beings should pursue, or that are good for all human beings, in recognizing our nature? What is useful, and indeed that's, you can even take it to like the wider, like the animal kingdom. So what does it mean to be a living organism? It means to survive and flourish as that organism. So for example, plants move towards light to pursue to get nutrition and to survive, and those which aren't successful perish, and they extinct as species and stuff like that. So living organisms pursue their own survival and to some degree their own flourishing by various means. Now, most of the animal kingdom, if not all except humans, I don't know, maybe there are some exceptions, but most of all of the animal kingdom pursues life in ways that are prescribed or that are instinctive to them, that they don't really have to think about. So animals may live at the largely perceptual level, but they get food for themselves, and they act in ways that guarantee their survival. So tigers do what tigers do to survive. All these other animals do that. What's different about human beings is they have a cognitive faculty. We don't have fangs. We don't have claws. We don't have the greatest size in the animal kingdom, but we do have a rational faculty, which makes us somewhat unique. And one can argue that some animals higher level animals have some degree of this or not. But the question of ethics is, the meta-ethical question is, why do we need ethics? And that is to have some principles by which we can survive as we are, as the species that we are. And so within that ethical arrangement, you come up with, and this is a big subject, obviously, but that's sort of the framework. So recognizing that we are rational beings, and that's kind of how we survive, because we don't have these innate abilities, fangs, claws, fur, whatever. We need to use our minds to keep ourselves warm, fed, and have these basic needs, plus to flourish as these rational entities that we are. And so that's a kind of a rambling way of getting to a secular ethic, but it's not a commandment-based ethic. It's an ethic that's based upon looking at human beings, what their nature is, and what universal principles they need to survive in the world. So I'll stop my ramble and let you comment. And
Thank you.
Sure. Shayna had a pretty interesting example last night. Two drunk drivers leave a bar at the same time. They both crashed into a tree. One crashes into a tree, and one crashed into a tree and a little girl who was standing in front of the tree. How does the system you just described to me able to parse that out and then answer questions 1, 2, and 3 that I presented to you? Give me a ruling, judgment, and then tell me on what basis, how do you know, and so on and so forth. 1, 2, 3.
okay, I'm sorry. I'm looking for what is the scenario? There's somebody crashed into a tree.
Two guys left a bar at the same time. They were
Right.
just as drunk. They both crashed into a tree at the same time. One guy crashes in because they lost control of both passed out. One guy crashes into a tree, and the other guy crashes into a tree and the little girl standing in front of it and manages to kill her. So what I want you to do is, with the objective system you just proposed to me, I want you to evaluate how we handle this situation with the proper punishments, and then while doing so, answer 1, 2, 3 over there in the sidebar chat.
Well, I think a punishment is a separate issue from an ethical issue.
Right.
So,
It's whether it's right or wrong or not what the punishment should be.
And accidents are there are other principles that go with this, like means, motive, opportunity, and all of this. But who is responsible for that is largely if this accident happened, whoever. It wouldn't invalidate ethics if this was an intractable problem, but ethics is the means by which we would hopefully come to a conclusion about this problem. It doesn't guarantee, ethics does not guarantee omniscience or that every human action will have a satisfactory, just outcome, but it gives you the standards by which to judge this. So if I run over a person, that can be demonstrated that can be demonstrated that there's an ethical system by which I should compensate that person if they survive or their family. You can come up with all these ethical things, I think, scientifically, and not without appealing to a deity. You can come up with these ideas, and they have in common law tradition done these things. But no, if the standard is, and I would argue that no religious standard would provide this either. If the standard is, well, you must be omniscient and render a absolutely perfect judgment of every situation, that's not a fair standard of ethics. Ethics is the framework. It does not guarantee omniscience or omnipotence. So if two people hit somebody at the same time, we would have to be really creative about sorting that out. So that's I don't know.
Yeah. Thank you.
I think
now let's Nadia and Floyd have the floor.
Okay. Probably 2 points to make here. First one is that there's no creed or dogma of atheism. You will have quite a different number of approaches coming from all of us, and unfortunately, you're going to end up having to counter argue against
Right.
6 or 7 different.
Nadia and I are both atheists, but we're worlds apart.
Now, the example you actually gave is a very strong argument, essentially argument ad atrocity for, at the very least, a consequentialist component to ethics, and this separation of I guess what you would call the punishment or retribution from these moral severity isn't truly genuine. Essentially, a sort of law of proportionality is involved there. So even where you consider retribution justified, you would still have the proportionality to how grievous an offense you deem it. And in this case, we end up with 2 major problems. I mean, the first one's with Jeff's ideas. he's very anti-consequentialist. Or this is directly saying that. Second one is actually with the Christian notions that consider intent almost to the exclusion of consequence, and I would say it also just blows those apart as well. You have this counterexample that neither one can handle, and it's not an atypical one. I mean, to the extent you can say that corner cases are okay to leave unresolved, this isn't a corner case. This is happens thousands of times a year, or something like it. Accidental deaths from car accidents. So, okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, it has a lot to do with intent and so forth. I mean, it doesn't even matter that that one person killed one girl. There could have been 10 girls there that the person hit as well. The problem is just it's purely dangerous. It makes living it makes living worse. So that's why it's immoral. It does not produce the good life that that's in our nature to follow. So that's what makes it bad. How do we know these things? Well, it's based on our experience of what our nature is. We did not create our nature. It's irrelevant where our nature came from, whether it comes from a divine source or just through impersonal forces. Our nature is what it is. That is an objective fact about reality, and our nature is that we can suffer, that we can die, that we can experience pain and joy, satisfaction, disappointment, and so forth. And from these objective facts, we draw our moral decisions from.
Right, and morals have to do with values. So how do you figure out what the highest value is? Well, probably the highest value may be that without our lives, we can't have values. So our life is probably our best value. So in terms of ethics, what we should do and ought to do probably would be in the service of perpetuating and encouraging human life. So human life as the standard, that gives you all sorts of oughts. You ought not to take the life of somebody else. And what does it mean to live as a free human? You have to own yourself and not be a slave. You have to have the freedom to produce the values that it takes to survive. But the social question is, how does that affect other people? So the social question as far as values, in my judgment, is they're mostly negative values. They're mostly things that you should not do. So the things you should not take somebody else's life. Your life is important to you, and it's compatible for you to live, and you don't have to live at the expense of somebody else, unless you get into ridiculous lifeboat scenarios, which we can talk about. But
hey guys, before we go on, wait, Seamus is kind of in a predicament. He has problems responding to 3 people right here, so I think we should let him talk.
Technical problems or
no?
Kind of problem?
He's talking to 3 people in the chat, and he's at the same time trying to respond to you guys or prepare a response. I think
Yes. Of
course.
I tried to.
Well, one human value might be the value to focus.
Yeah.
No, I pointed out this problem up front where
one enterprise,
like 10 different atheist positions in a room with one Christian.
I was just trying to demonstrate a particular secular ethic approach, and not that it is the ethical approach of all atheists, but it is a way of thinking about universals and ises and oughts that is I think a good demonstration of the fact that there can be various secular codes of ethics.
Yeah, sure, and I try to moderate as little as possible, so I hope we can make this equal time on the air. Of course, Seamus has the right to respond. your floor.
Sure, I'm actually not blessed by God with the best short-term memory, and I think that kind of harkens back to my college years of smoking pot too much. So forgive me for that. And you guys had so many good points. I was trying to write it all down in a Word document, but it's hard for me to even type that fast. And so I can only really respond to a few things, and I really can't even remember many of the points that Floyd raised. I can only think of a couple that Jeff raised. So I'll just try to address those, and
Well,
maybe
we did hit you with an awful lot of brilliant points, and I wouldn't blame your college years for not being able to to document all of them. I'm kidding, of course.
So what I can say is, and what I have heard so far, is that the framework can be objective, but when it becomes applied to an action, it cannot be objective. It can only be subjective. So the actual framework is the only thing that can be objective, it seems. And it's kind of interesting. But if we're to not talk about the action, but more the intent behind the action, if we're going to kind of classify it in that manner, I think it's best to start with the intent from your worldview, and then try to parse out why you think this intent is wrong, or this action is morally not right, and on what basis. And like I said, we'll go through the 3 questions there, because I think that what I'm really trying to prod you guys to think about, and I've got a lot of feedback from you, Jeff, is that I just want to prod you guys to think about, how are you coming to these conclusions on objective morality? On what basis are you coming to these conclusions, and how do you ultimately know these conclusions are objective? That's all I have to say.
Sorry, Jeff, you had some echo there. I muted you on the last.
Oh,
Yeah.
do you want me to go, or Floyd? Do you want to go? I can.
Can I briefly respond?
I think Nadia and Floyd and Art are before you, Jeff. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Well, if I have to shoehorn my response to Shameless in 2. So first, Floyd, I would say there's kind of a way to link it to epistemology, say that there's sort of evolutionarily reliabilist external justification through these instinctive affairs that you're citing. So there's a way to step back that one step. Jeff, I think you also have, what you're advocating, I think, would be kind of virtue ethics or archaic ethics in a way, but the values and such, values basically virtues of a sort. Although I'm not entirely clear, I've seen values go around, and I'm not really well read enough to be 100% sure. And last, Shameless. Well, the way I would ground it is rather similar to Floyd's, although I'd kind of make a more direct appeal to that evolutionarily reliable external justification there. I'd literally trot out the epistemology there in the process of saying that these kinds of instinctive responses, particularly in terms of like suffering and harm, and inspiring, the revulsion of pain and so on, and things like, well-being and joy, inspiring, their attraction and drive toward achieving those things. And when, well, that does a pretty short one, but I don't think I can articulate a more complete system without overloading things. So just go ahead. Am I passing on to Jeff or Floyd first? Evidence. Yeah,
I can go if you want. Yeah, I mean, morality, has to include part of the equation of morality has to be based on, the objective facts of a universe. Now, if those facts were different, our morality would be different. But because of that, that doesn't make it subjective. I mean, you can say the same thing about morality coming from a God. If God's nature was different, well, then his moral commands would be different as well. But so he has to work with what is our actual nature. Now, for example, why do we have morals around our sexuality? Because we are sexual beings. If we weren't sexual beings, then like rape and stuff like that wouldn't even apply. And just other things about imagine if we were like Wolverine and we didn't really suffer or experience pain or injury, bodily injury. If someone comes up to you and stabs you with a knife, and it didn't cause any harm, it would, in that world, it would be considered more of a joke. Like, oh, that's funny and so forth. But that's not objective reality. It is our case that if that we can experience physical harm. So from that, we derive our moral values. So again, it's based on the objective facts of our natures and the world we find ourselves in.
Quite so. That's I couldn't have said it better. That's actually my it's about looking at our nature, about looking at reality, about what it means to be a human being, about having conceptual faculties, and the question of are there, so we don't really, there's no ethical equation when it comes to whether chocolate or vanilla is better. It's a personal preference, but whether there are things that are universally preferable to human beings in terms of promoting their life as human beings and promoting it. And when it's universal, it applies to everyone. It's not just, this is good for one person at the expense of another, but this is what's good. This is what's good for everybody, and that's how objective morality, in my view, comes about and is discussed.
Sure, I've managed to write down some of the things you've said, and I think from parsing through the different responses here, I think we're having a problem on terminology and agreeing on what is actually subjective and what is actually objective in our perspective worldviews, or at least when I look into the atheistic worldview, and my thoughts on this. So what I would say is, and I'm pretty sure you've already heard my definition of subjective morality within an atheistic worldview. Like I told you, they're based on conventions of man and everything. So this is how I define subjective morality. Now, I understand if you guys define it in another way, we're going to come to kind of an impasse where we're not really agreeing because we don't even really agree on what subjective or objective means. So what I would propose is let's pull back a little bit and let's talk a more surface level, more like that. So what I'll propose to you is what I've said earlier about societal conventions, thoughts, ideals, man-made anything, and then let's dispute whether this is actually subjective, because I think this is where the breakdown occurs. I'm absolutely arguing that all of these things, I'm absolutely arguing that anything short of divine inspiration is subjective. So I think we should dispute this surface level claim, first of all.
Well, I think you need to justify that appealing to a divine force, divine being is objective. I mean, you keep on asserting that,
sure,
but I've yet to hear an argument for that.
Okay, here's the argument. I assert that if there is a God, he is the highest absolute authority. Since there is no higher authority to appeal to, his standards for morality are ultimately objective. If you dispute that, it's more of an opinion thing than you can really say, because we would have to actually get into the nature of God. Okay, I'll just stop.
Your argument begged the question. Your task was to show how appealing to a God is objective morality, and then in your argument you said he's an ultimate authority and therefore he's objective. But you said it's objective morality because
He's
it's objective.
because there's no authority higher to appeal to. That's my claim of
Right.
objectivity.
Can I
That has
make
nothing to do
it?
with
Yeah, now you're
Okay.
appealing to
not even pure
authoritarian morality.
So if morality is what God says, then why do we need this separate category called morality? What is different? What is unique about you? What is it that God? If God's whims are basically what we ought to do, then why do we need the concept of morality? Why can't we just say we should do what God says we should do?
Sure. This is the conversation within two opposing worldviews. So it's the Christian worldview and the atheistic worldview coming together and trying to reason with one another on their standards and bases for morality. So it's me as a Christian, and I'm sure all of you know the Christian worldview. Christians believe there's a God. So in my worldview, there's a God. Wow. And this God is the highest omnipotent power. Whatever he decrees cannot be overturned. There's no higher authority to appeal to. He's sovereign, absolutely sovereign. And what I mean by this is, because of his sovereign nature, and there is no higher authority to appeal to, his decrees are ultimately objective within the Christian worldview. I'm not saying you have to believe this in your worldview. No, this is a Christian stance within the Christian worldview.
I still say how that follows. It still doesn't follow.
I understand that you're saying that, but you're saying that on the one hand you're saying
You're just asserting
God
the
is
same
right
thing
and
over
God
again.
does whatever God does is right, but you really are ascribing implicitly, it seems to me, some higher standard than your God. Either that or you're just saying that God's whims are right, so if God says it's right to rape, then that's fine, and maybe that is your position. But then that just seems like God's commandments are what you should follow, and that's what you're calling morality. But I'm calling morality something specific, something in the loose sense of the word, something scientific that you can deduce from studying the nature of human beings and what universal laws apply to human beings. So if it's not external, if it's just God's whim, that's that can be anything. But you're saying God is, I think you're saying God is good, and if as soon as you do, you're sort of externalizing that standard. You're applying a standard to God and judging him on that basis, it seems to me.
So in our that's kind of like the more immediate critique of like divine command, but there's ultimately this comes back to the trouble with subjectivity, right? One bit of trouble with your notion of objectivity's grounding in authority is that your own notion of subjectivity doesn't have any reference to authority. So, and to the extent it wouldn't really align with what we consider subjective, I guess, in an intuitive sense. Before even trying to get into definition.
Yeah, it doesn't align with subjectivism.
Yeah, we have like an authority over, who knows, highest authority over water and power.
Well, I didn't hear what you said.
The highest authority over water and power in the state of Tennessee. When they go on about like, this is what the price of a kilowatt hour should be.
Well, can I give you a simple? Okay,
well,
I'm sorry.
No.
So when I go to my doctor, there's an authority. When I go to my doctor,
please wait.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, doctor's a good example too. I'm kind of driving past this point too. Same as like with the doctor. The doctor has authority, whatever privileges at the hospital. You can have the highest authority at your hospital. Their decrees and such over some diagnosis are not really considered to be objective on the basis of their authority, but rather the actual sort of medical science.
Well, in the natural
and
world, yes, there
yeah,
are hierarchies, and I like the fact that when I go to my dentist, I want him to be the authority. I don't want to tell him what he should do to my teeth or whether they need fillings or not. I want him to tell me what I need. So within the natural world, yes, there are many legitimate authorities, and sometimes we can come into question with them. So, like if
you know,
I don't think my
but
dentist
the
is on
authority,
the up and up, I can go to another
but
dentist, but this I don't know what this has to do with
their
this supernatural
possession,
God
their
authority.
possession, their possession of authority in all these cases doesn't imbue them with any particular objectivity. And in the same way, this argument that the authority of your deity somehow lends
No,
objectivity.
credentials do not imbue anybody
Sorry.
ipso facto with authority. They are it is a probability game that we play with authority, but it doesn't mean that
Oh, no, no,
is
no.
of no value.
It doesn't. No, the credentials will imbue authority, but they won't imbue objectivity. And in the same way, this divine decree, command, or daemon, and so on, doesn't get any kind of objectivity out of your notion that there's some kind of authoritative status of your
Well,
God. In fact, under your
I don't
under your
know that
definition,
I'm entirely
Seamus,
disagreeing with you, but
well, Seamus.
I don't know that I'm disagreeing with you. Just to finish up real quickly, I don't think I'm disagreeing with you, but an authority, an expert in a particular field is in the natural world is of infinitely more value, in my judgment, than a mythological,
that's kind of
imaginary
derailment.
authority that has never whose existence has never been demonstrated.
That's derailment. So the other part is, of course, when you gave your own definition of subjectivity, you said you're not subject to the conventions and what was it besides conventions of man, Seamus? You said it was humanity. One of the things was conventions. You had, I think, two other things.
Ideals, thoughts, conventions, societal norms, anything like that.
Okay, right.
Any man-made convention, be it a thought or an action or whatever.
Right. Now this is it doesn't really have any kind of discussion of the authority of the submatter, right? So the extent you have, let's say you bring in a race of aliens, maybe young Earth creationism is there for humanity, human race on planet Earth, and they popped up by abiogenesis on some distant galaxy. Well, in that case, they wouldn't be man. They'd have their own hierarchy of authority. You can have their highest authority. That's not what anyone would consider objective. That would be subjective to the alien, right? The alien has a mind. We discuss, in conventional terms, not my illuminated materialist, contingency on mind is one of the major notions of subjectivity is trotted out. Dependence on observer, a different observer, different result. That's another major component there. And I even have kind of, tailored to illuminated materialism, dependence on cognitive processes of the observer or observing entity, whatever. That's for justification. That's kind of shoehorning it into illuminated materialism. All these things don't line up at all with authority. Not the one you specifically gave, not the ones that we used.
Yeah.
The extent you bring up this, the authority of your God is a red herring. And Jeff, Floyd, and I seem to be in agreement that things that are objective are like the laws of the universe, or say of mathematics, like 2 + 2 = 4.
Right.
Stays 2 + 2 = 4, even after human race goes extinct or before human race ever existed.
And
go ahead.
And I'd just like to point out that societal norms and all of these other things about which people are eager to ascribe truth to, they're nothing of the sort. That's the old might makes right argument. It doesn't, 20,000 Frenchmen can be wrong. There's no cognitive content to that statement that the majority thinks X and therefore it is true. That's just not
Yeah. Yeah.
epistemologically correct.
I think we're at least 4 out of 5 of us are moral objective, and it is also probably worth mentioning that subjectivism, well, number one, is distinct from relativism, and number
Right.
two, it's quite the dirty word that you're thinking it is, and number three, divine command theory is typically classified as subjectivism, not just by us, but also by what you might call like philosophical authorities. You know, like under the list in Wikipedia's page on meta-ethics, it'll have ethical subjectivism and list the 2 examples as ideal observer and divine command. And it's not the only case that's, or only authority, whatever book you can appeal to for this. You know, subjectivism has, for instance, Rawls' theory of justice as one of its cases, where your ideal observer makes for a sort of like rule-based or rule construction method that is subjective. It's dependent on the cognitive process of this ideal observer, even though it's not a real person, but still has quite some standing. In fact, I think people that do like legal ethics and so on, say that this is something people should actually use to write laws. It's got a high standing and it's totally subjective. It's listed out there. Ideal observer again is a principle people use just kind of as a rule of thumb often, even when not formally theorizing. It's not considered a derogatory thing. So when divine command theory gets called subjective, it's not like it's saying in itself it's invalid. And there are plenty of atheists on top of that, beyond us, who also claim subjectivity. And to the extent that they're denigrated or whatever, they probably really shouldn't be, and neither should divine command theory on that basis. I mean, we can criticize it on others, like the fiat of the deity is could make atrocities the moral thing tomorrow, but the just being subjective is not a deep blow, or shouldn't be taken as a deep blow. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, Seamus brought up moral epistemology within our worldview. I think it's more of a problem within the Christian worldview. Even if you stick within the Christian worldview, and which Seamus is asking us to do, he's pretty much asking us to do an internal critique within his worldview. You still have to rely on divine revelation, and divine revelation still has to be interpreted through subjective minds. You have Christians that don't agree on what moral precepts their God commands. For example, infant baptism, for example, birth control, things of that nature. And also, I'd submit that Christians act according to, I think, against their worldview. Let me explain what that means. I think they're borrowing. I think they're borrowing from the secular worldview and how they act. Just think about how we all search for better medicines and so forth. We take aspirins when we have a headache, or we have a bad disease. We take medicine and so forth. In the Christian worldview, that was handed down because of the fall. That's God's wrath put upon us. But yet all humans spend all this time trying to overcome all the hardships that this God has placed on us instead of to merely accept it. I would think if Christians would be more consistent, they wouldn't take any medicines, for example, like the Christian scientists sects do. If disease is handed down by God, then they should accept God, and if they get better, well, that's the will of God. But here we are trying to discover, we're just trying to discover human means to overcome these problems.
Yeah.
We're not praying to God. We're trying to find medicines and so forth. And and over time, what has happened is we've learned that through these secular means, it has become more efficient, it has proved more reliable. I think Carl Sagan has a famous quote where, if someone has, I forget the disease they have in Africa, you could pray over them, or you can just give them a shot of medicine. And obviously, the shot of medicine has been much more effective than praying. So, I submit that the Christians are borrowing from secular morality in the way they act.
Amen.
Shamus.
Sure. All right. I got a lot of stuff to respond to. Holy crap here.
And
Okay.
you will have the floor for a very long time.
All right. Sure. First of all, I want to address something about what Floyd just said about how there's going to be Christians that disagree on certain areas. Well, what I will argue is that despite how they interpret it, when they stand before God, despite how they interpret it, the standard is objective. If like they say in the United States, not knowing the law doesn't excuse you from the law. So what I do hold is that many Christians can read the Bible and come to the proper conclusion on God's morality. Does that mean all Christians can? Obviously not. There were a lot of Christians in Nazi Germany that did horrendous things. So what I'm saying is it's not the appeal to the book, it's the appeal to the divine authority. So when Christians disagree, or Christians have disagreements in this area, I can't guarantee that every Christian will interpret the Bible as God intends. But what I can say is that when they meet their Maker, that standard is objective, and it's gonna be on them whether they interpret it or not. But what I will say is most Christians can look at the 2 golden rules: love thy Lord thy God with all thy heart, soul, and spirit, and love thy neighbor as thyself. And they can usually interpret those in a way that I would think, in my own finite understanding, that would apply to the nature of God in relation to morality. There's another thing that I want to address. There was a big talk last night, a big hangout, and Shanna Rocky was there. I'm sure you know her. She's a very nice woman. She's very pretty. She said something the other night that I think accentuates and highlights the differences between the Christian worldview and atheist worldview. I have a sound clip for you guys, but my speakers are pretty crappy, so I'll spare you. But I can provide you a timestamp. She said this. This is what she said. So God can basically do whatever he wants because, and then she had a long pause. And then I'm following along on the broadcast. I'm not in the hangout, but do you know what my response is? Because he's God. So what the problem between the Christian and the atheist worldview is they don't believe God is actually sovereign. Like, I believe God is absolutely sovereign. I do not question his sovereignty within my worldview. But in the atheist worldview, you can see what Shanna said that actually accentuates it. So God can basically do whatever he wants because what? She doesn't get it. He can do whatever he wants because he's God. And I want to leave you with one other thought. Despite all of the things I've heard you guys say, you would still have to admit that they're either a convention or thought of man. Man had to somehow, during the course of their lifetime or their experiences on the planet Earth, come to any of the thoughts or any of the words or any of the conclusions you'd come to. I'm not appealing to any of these things. I'm appealing to an absolute divine authority. So what I beg you is, I think we're misunderstanding each other, or we're not accepting the same criterion. What I'm saying to you is, any thought or anything you can think of that man might have, I'm rejecting as subjective. We're not going to always agree. Like Floyd is probably shaking his head right now saying, I don't agree with anything he says. I can't promise you that at the end of this discussion we're all going to come out agreeing with each other. But what I can promise you that I can do is I'm going to show you within the Christian worldview why I think our morality standards are objective. And I've enumerated that. You guys can dispute my reasoning behind that, but I think it's consistent within the Christian worldview. I don't think I'm just speaking for myself. So
Can
I'll
I
just
just
say,
ask you a question? Why are you so contemptuous towards what you call man or humankind? Why are you
because
so? Why is that so base and ugly
sure,
to you?
sure, humankind is finite. They are fallible, and there's so many instances within human society where we've got morality as a whole wrong. For example, a lot of times in discussions like this, Nazi Germany 1940s will come up. There was a lot of people that were engaging in genocide, and it was on a societal level. I'm not saying every single person in that society agreed, but what I'm saying is a society had come up and agreed as a majority on certain things, and we can absolutely demonstrate by looking back that standard doesn't seem like an objective sense of morality. It seems like a subjective sense. So the reason why I think
Right, and none of us are putting forth the idea of
right,
that.
so anything you come up with, pragmatism, idealism, anything, I outright reject as flawed. You can make it sound as pretty as you want, but if it's not divinely inspired or
Well,
in the
none
nature
of
of
us
God,
here came up with any of those things. We came up with an objective sense of morality
but you didn't.
that we would use to counteract
Right.
Nazism, Maoism. In my
And it
view,
was still a
You're
Maoism,
flawed
attacking a straw man.
Trotskyism. Yeah, exactly. So
Yeah, let me hit you on 3 points. Idealism refers to something kind of a different category from like an ethical system, at least in terms of ethics. I mean, it refers to kind of like the same kind of ideas, like idealist in terms of like not being practical. Pragmatism in ethics doesn't refer to actual practicality; it refers to revising the sort of moral standard to account for.
And it appeals to another standard that it just doesn't specify.
No, not directly, but
Well, pragmatism says that what's good is what works, but it doesn't say what does it mean to say that something works. So it's just
it doesn't. No, it doesn't. It's about the revision, not the specific criteria for revision.
No, the standard is just unstated.
No, I'm sorry. The terms of art here are not what you're accustomed to either. So you're actually kind of floating off base here too. I've actually kind of like booked up on this recently, and I at least recall this kind of definition. Sorry if I'm being a little bit dismissive here, but it's a dictionary type problem, right? And the third one is consequentialism. Is usually what you're grasping for when you say pragmatism. I think you kind of have it ingrained as a reflex, Seamus. And when you say pragmatism, most of the time you want to say that. Okay, go ahead.
Well, when you're doing philosophy, you can't just say a consequence is good. You have to say why it's good. And in my view, if we're doing ethics, it has to be that it has to serve human beings as a whole, universally. So that these are the problems with pragmatism, consequentialism, utilitarianism, is they assume that a standard is good without explaining what it is, and they just say, well, if it meets this standard, then therefore it has become proper.
Pragmatism is kind of a different category.
Well, pragmatism has been revised and tweaked by many people because
pragmatism
the original formulation that which works begs the question, well, who's to say what works? What do we mean when we say that something works?
No, it's not about things that quote-unquote work. Yeah, you should probably look up...
I know it's been fiddled with and tweaked and all
sorry. That. No, it hasn't. Could you look up ethical pragmatism? It would help you.
No, I will later.
Yeah, could you kind of not derail it, because there's an actual kind of dictionary definition issue here.
What kind of realism?
I said pragmatism.
Oh.
Ethical pragmatism. That's
right.
yeah, it's not what you're discussing. You should probably look it up at some point and hold off
Perhaps
on it until you do.
Obviously there are many more variations on pragmatism than
It's
I'm
not
probably
a variation.
accept that.
Within ethics, it refers to something different from what you're talking about. Could you look it up, please, before you?
But
go on
I
more?
don't. Okay, I will. I'm fine with that.
Floyd?
I've not thought the pragmatism road was that fruitful to go down, but if you see it is, I will check it out.
Yeah. Again, I just emphasize, I don't know if you know Ozzy, but Ozzy spoke in length about secular morality and virtue ethics at a hangout over the weekend. It was very good. He went into great detail.
Yeah, with Arcane, is that the one you're talking about?
No, it was Skylar Fiction's hangout. The title of it is a discussion on the difference between subjective and objective morality, and Ozzy went in length to talk about moral realism and his virtue ethics and so forth. It was very good and explains a lot of terms and a lot of he goes over what it means to be subjective and objective, and he talked about how it's not a problem if one's moral theory is open-ended. Some people think, oh, your moral theory has to just be a set of rules or just have an exact algorithm to be able to determine every single situation and so forth. Just something you can feed a computer and out comes the results. Well, there's a lot of things like science and so forth is very open-ended, and it seeks to discover and explain the world we live in, through what we observe and so forth. So it doesn't necessarily need to be a all-encompassing, simple algorithm in which we derive ethics from. So again, you go back to the moral epistemology you were asking and so forth. So that's the sort of things that comes up from these epistemic issues, and I dare say, and you pretty much said the same thing with the Christian worldview. You said, oh, well, a lot of Christians can debate and argue, but ultimately, God at the end of the age or whatever, God will reveal what is the perfect answer for everything and so forth. Well, in secular morality, again, reality is what it is, and we seek to discover it just like a Christian seeks to discover it through prayer, through Bible study, letting the Holy Spirit guide them in his interpretation of the Bible and so forth. So, I think it's a very similar exercise in both worldviews.
Yeah. Jeff, here's the link. Please read it.
Just want to say that
Thank you.
me and Skylar Fiction have gotten to a large debate over the past few days. In relation to that video, we have a live one-on-one debate set for Friday. I've watched the entire video, and I've watched Ozzy's discourse twice. And I think Ozzy makes a very elegant, well-spoken appeal. I think, but what I will ultimately have to reject it, and I just think it's the classic atheist argument for objective morality with a little bit of sugarcoating and elegant speak and very well researched. But on that basis, I would still reject it as a convention of man and disagree. And like I said, we're going to disagree, obviously. There's no way we can all walk out of here believing the exact same thing. So you could even say, well, that's not even a fair assumption for Shamos to make. He obviously wasn't listening to Ozzy because, how could he make such assertion? And you might even actually be perfectly valid in thinking that, and you might actually be right. But what I'm saying is, in my worldview, I just absolutely reject human convention as able to obtain an objective form of morality. And there's nothing short of divine inspiration that will convince me otherwise.
Well, it sounds like you're doing an external critique. You asked us to do an internal critique. You're doing the same double standard that presuppositionalists do. You invite us to do an internal critique within your worldview, but then critique our worldview based on your standard. So I invite you to do the same internal critique within ours.
Yeah, I'd also notice, the like external justification. You're kind of allowing, revelation, divine revelation, as sort of like the only valid form of external justification, right? And so you're holding kind of a double standard there. And I mean, if you're really going to argue that, then you probably need to actually mount a case against various forms of reliabilism and so on, and also maybe mount the defense of divine revelation as something that can be relied upon as a valid way of externally justifying anything, especially given contrariety, right? As divine revelations that contradict each other, right? So regarding morality, regarding the number and nature of the deity and so on. So okay, go ahead.
I'll just say 2 sentences to clarify something I said earlier about where Christians can disagree. Like, I don't think every Christian can come to the exact same moral interpretation of the Bible's moral standards. And the moral standard I use as a Christian under the New Covenant is the 2 golden rules, like what I've already said earlier. Love thy Lord thy God with all thy heart, soul, and spirit, and love thy neighbor as thyself. And what I'm saying is, despite the fact that some Christians are absolutely going to misinterpret this and not get it right, I think that it's possible for a large majority of them to understand it in the context that God wants. So I'm not outright denying the fact that no person is going to be able to read this and come to the right godly conclusion. I think God has presented it in such a way that the vast majority are going to be able to. There's a lot of people with certain types of social issues or certain type of mental issues. These people are not going to be able to come to the same conclusions. And there are also people that don't have these problems that still aren't going to be able to come to the same conclusions. But in the end, like Floyd said, when they stand before God, they will figure it out. But I believe by and large, the most part can get it right.
But you've accepted that the proper conclusions can somehow be derived from the Bible, or that this is the truth? Is this really, or how did you get to that conclusion where the Bible is something by which you could derive truths about the origins of humanity? And
well, I'm not talking about the origins of humanity. I'm speaking specifically about morality in this context. So what I say is, when people look at the 2 golden rules presented in the Gospels by Jesus Christ, I think that most people can discern what Jesus, God the Son, is trying to say here and can interpret it in a way that's consistent with God's will and nature. But I'm not willing to say that every Christian is going to be able to do this. But what I will say is God's standard is ultimately objective. If they misinterpret it, they're going to find out one day when they stand before God. Misinterpretation of the law is not an excuse, Being blind to the law is, whatever they would say, cliche, blah, blah.
But you've accepted that the Bible is an accurate reflection of what these historical figures were teaching, and that it's a pretty much accurate account of what happened 2,000 and some years ago?
Yes, in my worldview, I absolutely claim, without any reservations or disdain, or I'm not ashamed to say it, I believe the Bible is the inerrant Word of God, and in my worldview, I treat it as such.
So, can I ask you, how did you come to that conclusion?
One night, I read the Gospel of Matthew after about 1.5 years of hard Islamic studies. After I finished, I put my head down, cried, and accepted the Lord Jesus Christ as my Lord and Savior. And since then, I've come down a path. And from then, I've been able to come to the Bible and accept it as God's inspired word, because I feel that if there is a God, He's able to communicate His word throughout the centuries in a manner that cannot be distorted, And yeah, so I believe that the inerrant word of the Bible is consistent not only with my worldview, but it's consistent with how I came to Christ in the first place. I didn't come to Christ because I thought the Bible was true. I come to Christ because I accepted Christ and then accepted the Bible as true afterwards.
Would you describe that as more of an emotional experience or an intellectual experience?
More of an emotional experience.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, I can go gunning for the Great Commandment. Yeah. So there's well, loving God. That's going to be well, ultimately, just theism versus atheism, whatever kind of question. But the loving thy neighbor as thyself is a bit problematic. It's particularly given the usual examples, and I'm actually one of them. I have maybe some unusual, well, both proclivities, needs, and everything else. I guess the commandment, at least naively interpreted, says to for the masochist, someone like myself, to castrate my neighbor, shoot him up full of drugs, arrange for 12 men to sodomize him, and then whip him till he bleeds. That's not going to, really go over well with it. There's something called the Platinum Rule that explicitly accounts for this. Do unto others as they would like to have done to them. And really, it takes some, I don't know, but more precise legal language to make this something that isn't just reduced to an atrocity kind of right off the bat. Then the next problem, of course, is the neighbor, which I mentioned briefly before. And why is it that it's not to, your fellow man, no matter where they are in the world? Why would we go trying to, quote unquote, save the children fund, donating to Save the Children Fund or whatever in Africa? Even Christians go further than neighbors. Why would we, forget even neighbors? Why are we kind to animals? Why do we, bother using humane methods of slaughtering livestock or, pampering our pets? Both of these are, pretty serious holes in it. And I mean, granted, the general character, might be regarded as kind of the right spirit, but given that it's, it gets divine inspiration, the Word of God, so perfect and so on. How can it have such a gaping hole in it and be that product of perfection? And for that matter, be regarded as some kind of, grand principle that you're like literally holding up and showing off as this greatest ethic possible. It doesn't hold up to that standard at all. Not with that kind of limitation in scope. Not with that kind of gigantic gaping hole in its I guess what it's mandating you to do. Okay, go ahead.
Floyd wants to jump in here real quick, or somebody else. Feel free.
I don't think Floyd is at his computer right now.
Yeah, Floyd went AFK.
Okay. When excuse me, when presented with the masochist example, I would classify that under the same way I would classify Christians that misinterpret the two golden rules. So I would say, like I said in the sidebar, because of his misunderstanding God's standard, he is still not excused from this.
But it's not a misunderstanding.
What I would argue, though, is
it's a genuine semantic error or hole in this commandment. Go ahead.
I say when you look at the two, you can't look at just love thy neighbor as thyself. You have to take the two commandments because that the moral standard is based not only in the second golden rule, but the first as well. Love thy Lord, thy God, with all thy heart, soul, and spirit, and love thy neighbor as thyself. If you don't love God with all your heart, soul, and spirit, you can't just be completely moral by loving thy neighbor as thyself. They come as a total package, and no Christian is ever going to let someone try to separate the two. So by loving God with all your heart, mind, and spirit, and also loving thy neighbor as thyself, you are absolutely living up to that moral standard as presented by God. But if you take one and not the other, I cannot offer that same umbrella to you.
I beg your pardon. Explain to me how, a masochist couldn't love God with all their heart.
I never said a masochist couldn't love God, but he could. If he can also love his neighbor as he loves himself. But if he goes out and beats on his neighbor because he likes to be beaten on, he's misinterpreted the golden rule, and he will be judged by God because of it. I absolutely assert 100% that a masochist can love God with all of his heart, soul, and spirit. Period.
Okay, so then, this is a genuine semantic, loophole, right? This is not just a matter of of wording. This is something that people have literally gone about devising revisions of the golden rule to address. I mean, how is it that your divine inspiration didn't get it right the first time?
Yeah.
And what on earth is it you're claiming is the way that, I don't know. Okay, I got a phone call.
Yeah. If I understand you correctly, Shamas, you seem to be under the impression that no matter which religion you adhere to, you have the same right to claim objectivity. Am I right?
Right. You get the same right to claim an objective standard for your morality. I never said that standard was right. But I say if you appeal to a divine authority, like, for example, the Quran, and this Quran is divinely guided, and in this Quran there are moral instructions. You can say as a Muslim that your standard for morality is objective because you base it in the divine creative God's word. Does that mean he's absolutely right? No. Can both Muslims and Christians be right? No, that's not possible. So what I'm saying is, just because he can claim an objective moral standard based on his worldview, does that mean he's right? No, I never said that. But I'm just saying that a Muslim, based on his worldview, is well within his rights to claim an objective standard for morality. And if a Muslim came up to me and said, "I'm Muslim, I have an objective standard for morality," you know what I would say to him? You do, and I will not dispute that with you.
But you must acknowledge, though, that, and you said yourself that both gods cannot be right. So I mean, doesn't that make the whole point mute?
What do you mean? How does that make the point mute that both gods can't be right? Can you expand on that for a second?
Sure. I mean, either there is a Hindu god, or there is a Christian god. Either Jesus is divine or he isn't. Either Allah exists or he doesn't. I mean, we can go on for about 30,000 man-made gods.
Right.
And I mean, if you just have to believe for whatever reason that there is a God, and then you have the right to claim objectivity, I mean, that's so arbitrary. That makes the whole point mute. Do you understand?
Yeah, I didn't say that they were able to claim objectivity. I said they were able to claim an objective standard for their morality. They're not able to claim absolute objectivity. That's preposterous. But what I'm saying is, I'm only extending this blanket statement to religions with a book that claims to be divinely inspired, and in that book claims moral instruction. For example, if there's a religion that claims to have a book that's divinely guided, but in that book there's no moral instruction, I would reject their claim of objective morality. But For example, if there's another book that does not claim divine inspiration, but it has moral instructions, I would reject that as not being an objective standard for morality. So it not only has to be a divinely guided book, but the book has to contain moral standards. And that only can get you to the point where you're able to claim an objective sense of morality in your worldview. This doesn't mean that you're right, but it means that I believe that you are well within your rights to claim, based on the divine inspiration and the moral code contained in your book, that you do in fact have a moral standard for, objective standard for morality based on your worldview. So a Muslim's worldview, yes. My worldview, yes. Jewish person's worldview, yes. Atheist worldview, no.
The way you present things, you seem to paint yourself into a corner. I mean, you just made it worse for yourself. I mean, as long as you can point to a human written book, you somehow have the right to claim objective standard or objective truth. Could you please explain those two differences, objective standard and objective truth, to me, according to
your standard for morality, which is the moral code you base your life on. Let's pretend I'm a Muslim, and if I open the Quran and the moral codes that are provided within, and I take those moral codes and I use those moral standards to base my life's morality on. If I do that, I can claim, because of the divine nature of the Quran, that the standard for my morality is objective. I'm not claiming that the standard for my morality is absolutely correct. No, I'm just claiming that since the standard invokes a divine author, you can absolutely claim it as objective. So I don't like to confuse it with they get a free pass to pretty much do whatever they want and say, because I got an objective standard, so here's an infidel, let me cut his head off. That doesn't mean that I sanction his actions as right. What I'm saying is, within his worldview, I believe he's well within his rights to claim an objective standard. Now, I'll stop there.
I don't see the difference at all. I cannot see the practical implication of it at all. But
sure, expand on that. Like, you cannot see the differences between what?
Either there are objective truths or objective standards that we ought to follow, or there aren't. Okay. So I don't believe in any gods, but all of a sudden, I decided to believe in God number 5,453, and all of a sudden, I have a perfectly valid reason for objective truth according to that book. I mean, that is absurd.
I think you're misunderstanding the distinction that I'm trying to make here. Just because you pick God number 531 doesn't mean you can claim to know some objective truth, or you can claim some type of objectivity. You can just say that the moral standard that you live your life by is proposed by a divine agent and therefore objective. I'm not commenting on whether it's right or wrong. I'm not commenting on anything other than the actual standard and whether or not, based on the divine guidance of it, if I would consider that objective. And like I said, the only thing I accept as objective is a divine standard. And what I'm saying is, it's within their worldview. I think that's a classical distinction we need to make. I believe that within their worldview, they're perfectly rationalized to make an assertion of an objective standard of morality, but that's only from within their worldview. I just have Floyd, I know you want to say something. Maybe you can parse out kind of what I've been saying, or.
Well, yeah, I mean, within each worldview, I think we have differences in what we mean by objective. I think that's the problem. But if we're going to stay within each worldview, okay, we have to find a measuring stick. Now, you could have a meter stick, and with the metric system, I could have a yardstick based on inches, and feet in yards and so forth. Okay, they're different standards, but once those standards are chosen, we can then we can then use that yardstick, that measuring stick, to measure things with, and come to an objective measurement of it. Yours will be in yours will be in meters. Mine's will be in yards. Okay, they're different, but once you have that standard, you can then make do objective measurements on it. And I think that's what we're talking about here. It's like, okay, fine, you have your standard, we have our standard, but I'm so confused about how you're saying that divinity is required for objectivity. I'm still have a hard time figuring that out. I think appealing to any mind, purely on a mind, would be subjective on that mind.
Well, it's the definition of subjectivity again, right?
Yeah.
Application.
Well, I think that Floyd's yardstick analogy presents some kind of interesting avenues I could explore. What I would ask Floyd then is, if I have my yardstick and you have your yardstick, who decides on your yardstick? Who collectively gets to make that decision of what that yardstick is?
Well, I mean, you're back to what evidence was bringing up. Which God. Which God do you pick? Now, again, we have to stay within our worldviews. You're asking, you're asking about meta ethics at this point. In our worldview, we base our moral decisions on the sort of creatures we are and the objective facts about the world we live in, and the fact that we have to eat, the fact that we're sexual beings, the fact that we feel pain, the fact that we die, and so forth. Those are all objective views about the world. So from that, now you can say, oh, I don't want to use your yardstick. Well, I mean that's fine, but again, if we're going to stay within each worldview, you have to work with that. Like, again, you can say, well, I'm not going to use your Hindu God. I'm not going to use your Muslim God. I'm going to use my Christian God. So, I don't think it's much different, really.
But what I'm saying is,
when you ask who decides, the answer is always the same. When you ask, who decides? Moral agents always decide. That's what makes us moral agents. You have to decide whether you're going to follow your God or not. Doesn't make your decision right or wrong in your worldview, right? I mean, it doesn't matter what you think, right? But whenever you ask who decides, well, the answer is always us moral agents.
Right, but is it as a moral agent, as a society, or?
Well, you're an individual. You have to make decisions, right? So you're your own moral agent. I mean, you can rebel against society and live on a desert island if you want. But again,
right, so
you're making a decision.
Is decided by society, and I've tried to. Is that what you're saying, or no? I don't want to mischaracterize.
No, I'm not saying it at all. I'm not saying society makes what's moral or not. I'm saying you as a moral agent have to make decisions on what is right and wrong. And you were talking about yardsticks here. Well, again, every moral agent, can, at a meta-ethical level, can pick any yardstick they want, any measuring stick they want. But but again, if we're going to stay within our worldviews, well, the measuring sticks is set at that point, and you just have to work from there.
Let's say you have two atheists, and they both adopt two different yardsticks. Yeah. Okay,
you're always saying within my Christian worldview, this is the story. Okay. Well.
Sure. So we have two atheists here.
So let's stick within our worldviews then.
Sure. Let's say we have two atheists here, and they both adopted a different yardstick. What do we do? Like, whose yardstick is right?
Well, again, it's no different than two Christians choosing Calvinism over Arminianism, or infant baptism, or birth control, or any of those natures. Again, who's right? Well, yeah, they both have an epistemic problem, right? And your solution is, well, we'll find out eventually, right? God is still the the objective, arbitrator of what's right and wrong. And even though the two sides disagree, there's still the correct answer out there somewhere. Well, it's the same thing with secular ethics as well. That's why I talked about it being an open system. It's our goal. It's our goal as moral agents and moral reasoners to discover those things about ourselves and the world we live in. Again, we're just like you open up the Bible and want to discover the nature of your God, the nature of our relationship with this God, and so forth, and how we can improve that, and so forth. The same with us. We have to understand what we're made of, what our physiology, what our biology is all about, our environment, and so forth. It's a discovery process, and that's what it means. To use moral reasoning.
Jump on in, Nadia. Is she even got her headphones on?
Yeah, I got them on. I've been trying to get you to clarify in side chat what the next stage of rebutting the masochist counterargument was, if you even had one.
Yeah, I would say.
All right, go ahead.
So I would say, since I believe that he can follow golden rule number 1 perfectly, it would how he actually applies rule number 2. So if this masochist actually goes out and starts just beating on random people because that's how he would like to be treated, I would view that as a misinterpretation. And when he stands before God, he's going to realize it's kind of like what Floyd said. There's a final arbiter.
Back up. Well, you already made non sequiturs nonstop. What was the first piece again? And let's stop with the first piece. That was a question.
I'm trying to think. Like I said, I've got like the shortest memory possible. I said that if the masochist can follow golden rule number 1 perfectly, which I think they can, I think a masochist is perfectly able to love the Lord thy God with all thy heart, soul, and spirit. However, when it gets to rule number 2, I think love thy neighbor as thyself, it has to do with how they apply this. Then the thing is, within Christian theology, you can sin in your heart. So a masochist can sin within the Christian worldview without ever having hit anybody or without ever having do anything. So it would have to do, within the Christian worldview, it would have to do with the masochist's inner thoughts and feelings, as well as how he exudes. Like if he goes and just beats on people because he wants to be beating on, I would cite that as a misinterpretation. And when that masochist stands before God, he's going to find out that was an incorrect.
Stop. Okay, the parts you were diving into are kind of unrelated or don't have consequences to this or relationship to this that people can discern. So you're saying that loving the God basically would purify the masochist of their masochism.
No, oh my God, no. I just said that a masochist can still love God with all his heart and be able to do that as a masochist. I'm not saying by loving God it can stop you from being a masochist. I'm saying that a masochist, I believe, can follow the first golden rule without any real problems. I really truly feel that I don't really know a whole lot about masochists.
I ignored the second, or the love the deity part. I said that pretty much just gets into atheism versus theism.
Yeah, I don't know a whole lot about masochism, but I really truly feel that someone that enjoys pain could still love God with all his heart, soul, and spirit. But I think that what I'm more concerned about is loving thy neighbor as thyself and how he applies it.
Yeah, so that was the entire point of the counterexample. But okay, where I was hoping not to make it this long an excursion from the whatever. I think we're going to have to just leave this unaddressed so we can let Floyd move on with the yardstick. That's because basically you're not really succeeding in addressing the point. But let's move on or go on to Floyd's thing.
Well, to me, it's a kind of new one when a theist. I mean, almost all theists I have encountered with the claim that there is only one God. And of course, it's their particular flavor of God. I mean, Shamos seems to be under the impression that any God will suffice, and whatever God you believe in, as long as they have some sort of moral book, you can. Then you all of a sudden can claim objectivity. To me, it's. I'm not even sure how to respond to such a weird claim, but okay.
I think you're Go ahead, Floyd. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, I think at the end of the day, we're all appealing to our human nature and what we are as humans. I mean, in your moral system as well, treat others as you would like them to treat you. You know, love your neighbor as you love yourself, and so forth. So again, what are we trying to achieve here? We're trying to meet all our needs, right? You know, in the Lord's Prayer, he prays, "Give us each day our daily bread." So, you know, in that, you know, Jesus is telling us that we should be concerned about our daily needs. You know, that it's okay to satisfy them, and so forth. And I think that's what, you know, regardless of what moral system you're in and what worldview you choose, we all seem to be trying to achieve that goal. We're all going towards that goal. And I think what, you know, through secular morality, we just make that our standard. Okay, we don't need a God to tell us that. I mean, in the Bible, God says choose life, and yeah, that, you know, that we can pray to you know, give us each day our daily bread, and so forth. Well, you know, we're going to make that our standard, and I think our nature, you know, the way we evolved, or maybe evolved is, I'll throw evolved out, and I'll just say the way we have come about, you know, defines that. And I find that all humans are trying to achieve that. So we, you know, secular morality just makes that the top priority. You know, we don't, you know, and it seems like within the Christian worldview, well, you have God just basically telling you, yeah, okay, it's okay. So, you know, so human interests are just matching up with what God wants for us, as far as, you know, how we treat each other.
I think that was pretty profound, Floyd, what you just said. I need a minute to take that all in. That was very well said.
Yeah, I mean, does Christ love us or not? You know, and how does he love us? Well, he you know, he says, well, I care about your daily bread, right? You know.
And why do we want a deity that loves us in this religion? I mean, we ultimately want the love and social. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah. I mean, me as a fallible, needy human being, I'll take all the help I can get. Right? There's a deity out there that wants the best for me, that cares about me, that wants ultimate happiness for me, that wants to share a relationship with me. I'm all in.
Take Pascal's wager and accept Christ now.
Assuming that we were in a crass way, like trying to model the universe.
That way.
Oh, go ahead.
You know, you just can't choose your beliefs like that. You know.
Well, yeah, those have to
I believe if you honestly tried to come to Christ, Floyd, and you honestly gave. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but I have faith that if you try to give yourself to the Lord Jesus, I just have faith it could possibly work out for you. So what I say is, yeah, it might be weird to try to put your faith in something that you don't believe in, and I'm not advocating you to do that. That's a decision you're ultimately going to have to make. But what I am saying is, I can testify as a 25-year atheist the power of Christ, and I may just be some emotional guy that really has no handle on shit, and I just made a subjective conclusion based on, really no evidence or whatever at all. But what I am telling you is, if you're willing to accept Pascal's wager, accept Christ and let him just see where it goes. If you can't do it, you can't do it.
Yeah, well, I mean, again, there's a lot of flaws with Pascal's wager. A lot of Christians reject Pascal's wager. One, it's a false dichotomy, and then two, is that what your God really wants? Your God, does your God want me to believe in Him, or does He want me to believe in Pascal's wager? So, if you go by Pascal's wager, you really don't. You're really not believing in a God. You're believing in this insurance policy. Is that genuine? Is that genuine faith? Is that what your God really wants? That you talk about free will. Well, I think Pascal's wager is like being a robot. You're just going along, with the program, so to speak, and it becomes it becomes the emperor's new clothes. All right, that's not genuine love.
Yeah, you have to have true faith, but I'm hoping that by taking Pascal's wager, it can get you over that hill. Like, I'm not claiming certainty that it can, but you're right, Pascal's wager is not going to save your soul. That Christian, you have to have absolute faith in the Lord Jesus Christ, and Pascal's wager isn't never going to get you there. But what I am saying is, if you're concerned about these things and you're willing to say you're going to take every help you get, accept the wager and see if you can't get past it. Like I said, if you can't get past it, you can't get past it, and that, I cannot fault you for that. Or
well,
it's not.
The problem with Christianity is there's just too much baggage that you have to take along with it. All right, and I studied Christianity in the Bible for many years, and I can't become a Christian simply because I know too much about Christianity. You probably don't understand what I'm saying there, but I just know too much about the history, how your God evolved from a Canaanite God, out of a polytheistic worldview and so forth. I'm just aware of all the
textual criticism, dating of Gospels, authorship.
You got it.
I'm a textual critic fan myself, and I would be willing to venture that I'm not half as well versed as you, because I've only been a Christian for about 3 years now. But what I will say is, I do know of a lot of higher textual critics and biblical theologians that, despite knowing high amounts of textual criticism, and I'm not trying to down you by this, but what I'm saying is there are people that are very, very well studied on textual criticism that are still Christians. So what I'm saying is, it's not because you know too much. It's not that, because there are other people that know more and can get past that. So it might be the driving factor for why you can't, and I can understand that. And if you know what you think is too much and your beliefs, it's hard to change what you really know. Like, if you look at the textual criticism and the dating of the Gospels, and you start coming to conclusions about none of the disciples could have really written this, and you start to look at the dating, and then you start to look at Paul, and then you question Paul, and you're like, wow, Paul never met Jesus. He just, he just had a vision on the Damascus Road, and then you start making conclusions that, Paul influenced half of the New Testament. He never met Jesus, and you know what I'm saying? Yeah, I can understand how you're going to get to these certain conclusions, and how you're going to be like, there's no way all of these things can add up the way that Christians say they do. And I believe me, as a fan of textual criticism, I can sympathize. But what I am saying is, I would never give up hope on you, Floyd.
Well,
can
I believe what Paul said, where I'd rather see a demonstration of God's power than wise and persuasive words. I guess that's what it's going to take to convert me.
I'll definitely pray for that. Go ahead, Nadia.
It might be a little bit of rewind or whatever, but in the case of the message of Christianity somehow fitting in with our moral, social, whatever needs. The idea of God that loves us and brings about justice and so on. Have a lot to do with our sort of ethical drives and our needs for all these things. If we were in a crass way, say, trying to accurately model the universe using a deity, we would probably pick one that's kind of a lot more indifferent, just blithely, goes about causing disasters and everything else. Because of course, it divinely ordains everything. Happy, and frankly, omnibenevolence and fall on the floor. Benevolence at all would be highly questionable. And that kind of quote unquote accurate, modeling of the universe. And to the extent that it's reflecting something about our natures, it's reflecting things that are very in the very general contours, good, what we think of as good, and our drive to achieve that. But the question isn't just the basis, but also the accuracy, and the cases where it is inaccurate, where it fails to condemn what should be, and it condemns what really shouldn't be, are what are really at stake with all this. So I don't know. That was kind of too far of a digression anyway. From you guys changed the topic already anyway. Sorry.
Sorry, I just had a phone call and I probably missed the last 3 minutes, and I have this really deep sense that I missed something super profound that Nadia says. And Nadia knows she's at the top of my evangelizing hit list, and I feel like I really missed some information that could help me. So I'm really upset right now.
She just ad hommed you the whole time. That's all.
Yeah.
Yeah. Totally. It's just rife with insults and basing the claim of invalidity in your arguments on those insults.
I mean, I could definitely, dude, if I would have ran into myself, like, if my atheist self, 5 years ago would run into me now, God, man, we would have some bickering going on. Like, I would just be like, you really think you know everything, dude? You really think you're holier than thou? You make all of these assertions based on so many assumptions. And I mean, this is me trying to criticize myself. And all I could say to that person is, I don't really know what I would say, but the whole point is, it's just the transformation that I've gone through is just remarkable, and I know that when I talk to some people in Hangouts, I really do seem like this holier than thou type Christian. It would annoy me to be in your guys' position, and for that I really do feel sorry for you guys, but I just want to let you know that in light of that, I have noble intentions, but I don't always come across that way.
I think the approach that all of us wish to take is just follow the truth, no matter where it leads. Accept the truth, no matter what it is. And if you're honest with yourself, I think that's the best you can do. Now, it does get frustrating when you hear Christians just saying to us that we're denying the truth in our unrighteousness and all that stuff. Basically they're calling us liars. We're just over time you just become numb to that. You say yeah we heard that before. But when I make a rational argument, we all know your God. Well, how did a Chinese farmer who lived 3,000 years ago know your God? He knew the Trinity existed. He knew about Jesus was the creator of the universe and so forth. Maybe he's aware of some origin. He has some concept of the origin of all reality. But to claim that this Chinese rice farmer who lived 3,000 years ago, knew about the triune God of Christianity, I just find that hard to swallow.
Right, and for that example, I think the classical Christian response would be that man would be judged under the old covenant, and he'd be judged among his deeds in relation to the Ten Commandments. But if he never repented to God,
No,
I couldn't be certain of that
no
man's
hide.
salvation.
Well,
But what?
No hide.
yeah, I would
The
say
old
Noahide,
covenant
right?
postdated it.
Yeah.
No hide. Yeah.
I don't think you can
Right.
go back to, yeah, I don't think you can go back to Mosaic law. I think you have to go back to Noah.
Right, there you go. Yeah, I
Yeah.
misquoted there, but he would. So this man, perhaps he would be condemned to hell. But the classical Christian response, and I know atheists hate this, and like I said, this would curl my blood about 3 years ago. But there is, according to my worldview, there is no man, no matter how righteous, who is without sin. You could have been Mother Teresa. You still could not live a perfect life. It's impossible. Jesus set too high of a standard. You can sin by committing lust in your heart. This is too high of a standard for any human to live up to, and so even this Chinese rice farmer, no matter how noble he was a sinner, and because of that he was in rebellion against God, and he's afforded a just condemnation by the one true God. And a lot of people don't like to hear that, but this is me. Some Christians will sugarcoat the hell out of it and water it down and try to dance around it. No, I'm telling you absolutely what I just said.
Yeah. Well, you know, I mean, you say yourself, God made an impossible standard. He knows our nature. He created our nature. So, what's that test in Star Trek? The Komarachi Maru, something like that.
Kobayashi Maru.
Kobayashi Maru. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Where it's a, you know, Captain Kirk was the only one to pass that test because he cheated on it. But the purpose of that test was not to pass it. It's to show you, it's to test your character, and to you know, and to teach you that there's situations that you simply can't get out of. You know, so here in your worldview, your God created a situation, which we cannot, you know, he created a standard which we cannot meet. And you know, and he's going to hold us accountable for that. It just seems totally unreasonable. It's like he made these rules, so you know he's putting the you know he's making the rules. So we do, you know, it's like you know, he poisoned us, so we have to come to him for the cure. Or he's a drug dealer that gives drug out to the community for free, gets them hooked, and then charges them a lot of money afterwards once they're hooked. I mean, it just sounds like a very abusive relationship.
Oh, can I comment? I heard abusive relationship, and I recently got into a discussion about that.
Mm-hmm.
You want to say something, Nadia?
Very quickly, I'll go as quick fast as I can. Floyd's thing kind of touches on somewhere I was going, where you know well, I'll skip half of it. I guess some of the Christian things reflect, you know, our notion of what's good, what we need, and so on. You know, we want the God to be loving, we want to bring about justice, and so on. The trouble is that these details actually matter as far as carrying them about. And you know, being wrong in the detail doesn't make it work, even despite the intent of being good. And you have to, at some point, accept that there is you know, a matter of, you know, more than intent that involves you know, also actual consequence, outcome, whatever. So okay, I'll leave it short at that. Go ahead.
Oh, okay, cool. So recently I got into a discussion, and yeah, I left that discussion hanging because, well, full day today. With this whole idea of abusive relationship, first of all, in the Christian context, God provides a theodicy of some sorts as a way to rid the world of evil, where God has a sufficient reason for allowing evil for such time where it could disappear, usually in the context of a greater superior reason. Usually this comes with first a logical, with the defense, which kind of guards against the logical problem of evil, and a greater theodicy, which explains the evil that we have in the world itself. I did a much greater explanation of this on my blog, which deals with the problem of evil, but usually I deal with it in such a way. First, I defend a just God allowing evil in the world by utilizing what's known as the principle of sufficient reason, or PSR. The principle of sufficient reason, and I really should have my blog out in front of me because a lot of these definitions can be hard to recite on the top of my head, so I'm just going to take a bit of time to bring that out. But the PSR essentially states something along the lines of a reason for every cause. So let's see. All right. So essentially, every being has sufficient reason for its existence, i.e., the adequate grounds or basis in existence for its intelligibility, either in itself or in another. To flesh this out, intelligibility means that for anything which we could or can comprehend as existing, we can understand its nature in lieu of another thing, or even its own nature. So there's something in its own nature that makes it sufficient for its existence, or something else outside of it. So I use this in defense of another syllogism. And the syllogism goes something along these lines. Let's see. If a being is only capable of performing perfect actions, it is a perfect being. Humans are not perfect beings, therefore humans are not capable of performing solely perfect actions. Hence, what's known as global transworld depravity. This usually means for every possible world where there are humans, there are imperfect actions, i.e., sins. So this comes in lieu of the fact that our actions, that which we cause, require a sufficient reason for existing in the first place, namely human beings or imperfect beings. So thus, that grounds the existence of evil in any possible world. So usually this means God has to... Oh, I'm very sorry, Floyd. Floyd, is this your hang-up, by the way? I would hate to be the reason why you're leaving.
No, I'm just. Can you cut to the chase? I mean,
okay. The chase is essentially God forms this plan of redemption as a way of ridding the world of all evil and perfecting His imperfect beings. So
yeah, it sounds like he set things up so Jesus could die on the cross for us.
Well, I would actually say things are set up that require Jesus to be set up on the cross for us.
Yeah, it sounds like that was his goal. His goal is not really to redeem us and care for us. His goal was to create this elaborate Rube Goldberg mechanism for his greater glory. Now, I think it boils down to, does this guy care more about his glory or cares more about his creation? Sounds like he cares more about his glory than anything.
Well, I think that's a false dichotomy. God could care for both equally and still have that outcome. So usually on my explanation, I say, if a being is only capable of perfect actions, it is a perfect being. So thus, only God would be in this category. But humans are not perfect beings. Therefore, we are not capable of perfect action. Thus, since we're never capable of always performing the perfect action, that requires some kind of sin to entail on our end, just because our creation is going to happen. There's going to be some fall in some form of evil in one way or another. So I figure God has a creation where He gets that out of the way, and the rest of it is an eternity of splendor in paradise.
So, but he made us imperfect, though.
But remember, it's out of logical necessity that we are created imperfect.
Why? Well, why isn't it necessary? Why couldn't he make us just like him? Is he unhappy with his own nature, where he had to create some creatures of other natures? Seems like he's not content with himself. Yeah,
Okay,
that's a
so
sign of
grace.
weakness.
Nope, grace. It means grace or mercy means God creates us not of any of His own need, but purely out of agape, or purely out of the end for the being that He's created. God doesn't create us because He has some kind of purpose for Himself, but rather His perfect being just spills over into creation. He creates imperfect beings, thus He creates imperfect beings and perfects them out of His eternal splendor and goodness. It's for the sake of His creation that He creates us, and that's really how His glory shines through His creation. He doesn't create us because He has some kind of unfulfilled need or requirements.
I didn't understand anything you said right there.
Oh, okay, I'll rephrase. God doesn't create anything for Himself, but rather creates purely for the sake of His creation. It's
But we
self.
we weren't created though. That doesn't make sense.
We are created under this paradigm. I mean, if you're going to argue we're not created, then that's just an external.
So he created us imperfect for the sake of ourselves. You're saying? How does that make sense?
Well, because we are imperfect.
Right, he created us that way. So, okay, he said, I'm going to create an imperfect world in which all the suffering is going to take place. So a few at the very end will become perfect, and that's actually done through my Holy Spirit. So why don't you just cut to the chase and just create these perfect beings with the Holy Spirit at the get-go?
No, okay, so just to backtrack to what I was saying.
Why all the suffering?
Wait. Just to backtrack where I'm saying, I think you're getting a bit ahead here.
Keep it
God, all beings other than God are imperfect. Only a being of pure act is without any potentiality in and of himself is perfect. God, any being that has to be created, has to be brought in some sense, is contingent upon something higher, is imperfect. So anything that is created is imperfect.
So we'll never be perfect, right?
Well, no, we will never be perfect, but we will be perfect. But we are being eternally perfected.
We're being perfected, but we will never be perfect, right?
Imagine
you said anything contingent. You're saying anything contingent cannot be perfect, but then you said we're being guided to perfection.
No, we are. No, it's.
We can never achieve God's standard of perfection in that way. I think he's trying to say.
Yes, exactly. Imagine it like a bell curve, where it's always going up and curving upwards towards infinity, but it's never going to be able to reach infinity.
Mm-hmm.
That kind of thing.
Oh boy, this is such a simple thing, isn't it?
Yeah. Okay.
Theology is very well. No one said theology or metaphysics was simple.
Well, yeah, I heard from Nate Cunningham, and I heard from other Christians that oh, this is so simple. But then we start thinking about, you start looking at detail.
Just to say, I never claimed this was simple.
Yeah.
Okay, I just have to say something. This is my fifth or so hangout. I have to thank Nadia a lot for helping me out online and so forth. I usually only accept people that are adults and behave like adults, but apparently, I'm so sorry. I had to cough. I try not to intervene too much. I seldom speak. I speak. I let others speak before me. I speak. What do you say? More or less than other people. and I try to encourage equal airtime. But apparently, on the side show, on the side here in the chat, I've been criticized for that I should keep a tighter rotation and that we're getting off topic. Just to be clear, the title of the hangout is Atheism versus Theism. Any related topic you want to discuss. So I'm not sure how I failed there, and by me being quiet most of the time and letting you guys speak as much as you want, I don't see how I failed there either. But apparently some of you think I did, and for that I apologize.
Hey, how's it my fault? Damn it, Floyd.
It's episode.
So
Yeah, it's his fault. Yeah, let's blame it on episode.
Oh, come on.
I have several questions to ask
What did you-
Seamus, but
Yeah.
I will skip those and let you continue. And please try to keep it at the tight rotation as requested.
I have to get going, so I'll
See you, Floyd. Take care.
Yeah, okay.
do.
Thank
Good
you.
conversation. Thank you, Evidence. Very
Thank you.
good.
See you, Floyd.
All right,
See
thank
ya,
you.
Floyd.
Good chat.
Yeah.
Good chat. Thanks.
Good chat.
Cheers. Yeah, I think we're all kind of the sort of adult enough character that, you know,
I'm
do a decent
not-
job yielding the floor. But go ahead. We
Wait,
do a
who-
decent job yielding the floor. Yielding the floor. Sorry.
Yep. No, so far I've seen you in 2 hangouts, Evidence. By my count, you seem to be doing fine at this.
Yeah. Thank you.
Evidence.
So, guys, if there is no topic at hand, can I ask Seamus something? Seamus, are you there?
Yeah, I'm lagging right now. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you fine.
Yeah.
All right, I just unfroze. Go ahead.
So, yeah, can we continue the discussion? You know, our long, epic saga.
Oh, that other one? Yeah, I guess
Yeah.
so.
We left off where? You brought up prophecy.
We left off on number 3, which was internal consistency within the authorship of the New and Old Testament regarding prophecy and other tidbits.
Right, then I provided explanation for how this could be achieved without God, right?
Right. Yeah, I'm absolutely familiar with New Testament writers writing Jesus in the Old Testament prophecies.
It's not the only read. There's 2 more, but if you're okay with continue on, is there another argument?
Sure. Let me try to formulate which one I want to go with first. 'Cause I'm trying to present them in a way, because the last one I'm going to hit you with is the full-on gospel. So what I'm trying to do is go from an evidentialist, from the historical perspective, and work my way from right to left. You see what I mean? So I'm trying to deduce what would be the next best topic to pick, because I mean, a few topics away, I'm just going to have to smack you in the face with the gospel if you get what I'm saying.
Seamus, I just have to add, I find it refreshing that you're doing the evidential/historical approach. It's an approach I'm very fond of, and I'm glad more Christians on here are bringing it back to the classical way of doing things and not the presuppositional way of doing things. I think it's a very welcome change
Thank
from
you.
what we're used to, at least.
Yeah, I think it's also a good thing. Yeah.
Right. So the first thing we touched on was like the historical evidential, and then the second thing we touched on was morality based in the Bible, and the third thing we touched on was internal consistency, prophecy, and authorship within the New and Old Testaments. So number 4, I would probably have to say. Let me see how I want to approach this. Give me talk. I guess what I'm going to do is give me about 60 or seconds to a couple minutes to kind of formulate how I want to approach this next, and I promise I'll have a direction to go.
All right, sure.
Talk amongst yourselves. I'm gonna flip through my notes here.
I have to. Oh, by the way, I have to say, sorry to toot my own horn here on my own channel and self-promote, but the Arcane Logos video I uploaded today went pretty well.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, a lot of comments. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, thanks for being a part of that, Art.
Well, dude, don't think we had no choice. If we had a choice, we'd fucking run away from it. Just
Yeah.
pyramids and nuclear.
Oh, so wish I had been there. I would have gone on about, only being in it for the flying pyramids and all that. Stargate style.
Yeah, I did Stargate too. I was like, yeah, they did. I forgot what I said. Basically, it had something to do with Ra. Oh, never mind. Okay. All right, so I'm trying to invite a few people here because there is another hangout. It's who's this segment? It's Roy's hangout.
Yeah. I invited 199 Christians, so hopefully a few show up. Probably where Epic came from.
It's actually a good thing that we have two hangouts because we can fit in more people into great debate topics. And they're talking really some stupid shit, I think, right now.
Oh, and the other one? Yeah.
Yeah.
That's Sid Schneider's?
Say what?
That's Sid Schneider's hangout?
No, that's the Royman.
Nadia. Now we're talking.
No.
Now now we're talking.
Oh, yeah.
Awesome.
I had taste at one point, and now I'm just like, I don't know, a homeless scuzzball.
Great. I surely welcome a new topic, even though I would like to question Shamos about this 25 years of atheism, how he could determine right from wrong under those years. It would be very interesting.
I don't know. I guess he was.
Just to jump in here, the moral claim Christians usually make isn't that you can't determine right from wrong without God, but rather moral facts become meaningless without the existence of God. God is sort of kind of a truth maker to moral facts, if you get my drift.
Well, yeah, but that's
yeah, sure. I mean, Seamus he himself said that any God will suffice. You cannot claim objective morality.
Which I don't get. I mean,
if you are an atheist, and I mean, how in the world could you survive for 25 years out in this harsh world without be able to determine an objective truth from an objective?
Sure. I think a lot of people bring that to me, and they say, some people say that when you've heard my argument, some people will infer that I'm trying to imply that a Christian is more moral than an atheist. Like, I think that's a distinction that oftentimes gets confused. That's not what I'm trying to say. But how I like to put it, let me stop here because I think I may have mischaracterized evidence. So if I have, go ahead and elaborate on. I don't want to mischaracterize you starting this statement.
Yeah, I perfectly understand what you mean, and it's true that I know that you don't think that we have no morals. That is, yeah. I do acknowledge that you think that we have morals. To me, it's just first of all, it's just amazing to me that you can adhere to any religion whatsoever and still claim objectivity. But that aside, I mean, if there is no way for an atheist to determine what is so-called absolutely wrong or absolutely right, I mean, how in the world can you survive for 25 years in this harsh world? I mean, you just said you were an atheist for 25 years.
Well, I myself wasn't an atheist for 25 years, just like 2 or 3.
I was talking about Seamus.
I know, but that was just me. I'm going to try to speak to it if you don't mind. So
go ahead, Abby.
All right. So there are various ways of grounding morality. I'm not a divine command theorist, for instance. I'm a natural law theorist. I think that human nature grounds human nature, as I understand it, is what grounds moral facts. Usually under kind of what's known as an essentialist paradigm, and also a paradigm where we have a normative notion of universal laws as opposed to a descriptive one. Would you like me to go into a deeper explanation of those, or would you just like me to keep going on my point about atheists and morality?
Well,
a very brief tangent here. Part of the wardrobe change was I need to go to the store. If I can get idle for like 10, 20 minutes, that'd be cool.
yeah, sure, no problem.
Okay.
I mean, to me, I mean, the phrasing Seamus used was that you cannot, if you're an atheist, you cannot know absolute morals. I mean, something really bad from something really good. I mean, under those 25 years, there must have been some circumstances in which Shamos was so lost in his this delusional of atheism that he might have murdered someone or raped someone or just accidentally.
Oh, okay. I think
this notion is to me. I'm not this epistemic. It's
all right. So to interpret it charitably, I think by knowledge, he just means it lacks a component of justification. So an atheist could definitely believe that there are kind of morals that are always wrong to break in any and every circumstance. He could definitely have a belief in this, but he would be right. According to the theist would say he was right, but rather what he's saying is the atheist lacks a position of justification. Hence, the belief cannot be one of knowledge. I think that's it. So an atheist could definitely believe that absolute morals were objective, but at the same time, that belief wouldn't constitute knowledge because it's not justified. He has no kind of stance of justification.
Well, okay. Well, to me, it's to begin with, it's quite weird to me to talk about Seamus in the third person when he's actually in the hangout. So.
He's getting his notes. So, Seamus, if there's anything I said that doesn't really represent you, please speak up.
Sure. I was actually making some notes, like Epi said, and I didn't really hear exactly. But if you could rephrase kind of your question, evidence, I'll try to do it justice.
Am I right when I claim that you said that if you are an atheist, you cannot determine absolute wrong from absolute right?
No, I didn't say it in that manner. What I mean by is your ultimate standard for morality isn't objective. For example, what I'm saying is like a Christian and an atheist could be just as moral as each other. In fact, the atheist could be even more moral and a better or a nicer person than the Christian. I'm only speaking on the standard for their morality and whether it's objective or subjective or not. I'm not speaking on whether they can find out absolute truths or anything like that. I'm speaking only on the yard measuring stick of their morality and whether that measuring stick is ultimately an objective standard or a subjective human standard. So what I think oftentimes gets confused is that I don't say that, an atheist, he can't know any absolute moral truths or anything like that. No, I think an atheist has absolutely every ability to be just as moral as a Christian. It's just the standard of which he bases that on grounded in subjectivity or objectivity, which is for the sake of someone's life and how they live and go about doing things. Their standard being objective or subjective doesn't matter. It's how they apply that standard to their life. I don't know if that.
Yeah, it makes it worse. I mean, now you're saying that a blind person without a blind dog perhaps more often find the correct path than a blind person without a blind dog. I mean that makes no sense whatsoever. That makes your God or any other God just okay. We just refer to this invisible being as a standard, and even if you have that standard or not, you can still find the right path. That makes no sense whatsoever.
No,
Um,
it's not about the right path. It's about morality. The right path and being moral are two different things.
Of course, it was meant that you would understand that the correct path was making the correct choice. That was a symbolism. I
Oh,
thought
I
you
see. I see.
I thought
Okay,
you
okay.
understood that, but okay.
No, I got it. I got it now.
Yeah.
Epi wants to say something.
Sure. I would just probably use different phrasing. I think what I said was an atheist could definitely have that belief, but wouldn't be justified. I think maybe that's a better way of interpreting it. So the atheist could very well go out their life, have this belief um, that certain morals are objectively true, and thus be perfectly content with it, and they'd be right, but they wouldn't be justified in it. So they wouldn't know in the sense that their beliefs were not justified or didn't have a basis of justification. If you catch my drift.
Well said, Epi. That's a very accurate characterization of what I was trying to convey.
Yeah, but it's still kind of mute because an atheist does not believe in any gods.
Yes.
We are one of billions evolved species with an exceptional brain. You have moral behaviors among almost every mammal species, especially if you look at dolphins or chimpanzees.
Aren't dolphins the creatures that? Wait, dolphins, aren't they the creatures that kill manatees for no reason at all, other than the fact that the manatees are in their, well, not even eating their food or anything. The manatees just look at them, so the dolphins kill them.
So do humans sometimes.
That's true.
You would never.
In all fairness, we eat manatees because they're delicious.
Yeah, but I wasn't saying that sometimes humans kill other humans just because they look at them the wrong way.
Yeah, I know. I'm saying, oh yeah, so animals are definitely capable of compassionate behavior, but animals don't have any sense of morality in the sense that they don't have knowledge of it. Animals aren't rational beings. They don't think of propositions, entail conclusions.
Yes, they are. Chimpanzees for once.
I'm a bit skeptical about
I can prove to you that they reason, they think ahead, they plan. But I mean this isn't even important. I mean,
that's not what I was thinking when I was saying rational. When I was saying, so for example, one of the many interesting things about chimpanzees and apes is the fact that they are unable to ask why questions and then proceed to figure out a way to produce a reason for it. Also, a lot of them don't really have knowledge of what's known as universals. So, for example, they might identify particular things like particular triangles and shapes, but they don't categorize them in terms of universals.
Yes, true. But I mean, just because, like Richard Dawkins said, just because we are able to ask the question why, it doesn't mean it has to have an answer. I mean, you can ask why isn't round square? I mean,
Well, I actually think why questions are rather important. I think one of
yes to us, but I mean, to me, I don't believe in any gods, and I agree with the scientific
Science doesn't say one thing or another about God's existence, as far as I see it.
Yeah, sure, but to me, I mean, we are there was a Big Bang, and all this we evolved from.
I don't deny any of that either.
Yes,
Neither
I
do
know.
I.
Yes, but to me that is getting even worse. I mean, we have this brain, and we can use this brain to ask several questions. And to me, there was never any God. I mean, the Adam and Eve story is clearly wrong. So I mean, to me, there are no
Wait,
gods.
why is it clearly wrong?
Well. So you say that in the beginning God created the heaven and the earth.
No, okay.
That entails a biogenesis.
Allegory.
Well, okay. So I think the first chapter of Genesis is allegorical. The creation setting, mostly because of its poetic structure and narrative. So I don't believe in a literal 6-day creation.
Yeah, sure. I do understand, but I'm not sure.
But I do think that there was an original man and woman. I also think that.
Well, that is not. Well, that is just my point. That there's no. I mean, 3.5 billion years ago, life arose. I mean, as a single cell, there was no Adam and Eve. I mean, sure, there might be an Adam and Eve if you wait long enough, but I mean that is not what happened. So.
All right, so I think that the evolutionary process can be guided by God. I don't really see a contradiction.
Yeah,
That
sure.
being one of the many mechanisms he uses.
Yeah, great. But yeah, you can say that, and you can claim that, and you can believe that with all your heart, and
no, but all I'm saying is it doesn't
make it true. I mean.
No, well, my claim is that the science doesn't contradict that. Not necessarily that the science proves that. I think that there's a distinction to be had there.
Okay, so if life began as a single-celled organism, where 3.5 billion years ago, where do Adam and Eve come into the picture?
Well, I would just say that they were the first. So there is no way to say that this is essentially the exact date where they were. I wouldn't make that claim. The Bible doesn't even make that claim. I would just say that there was a first man and woman, which would entail of how original sin would have gone into the species. But in any case, so let's just make one thing clear. When I say man and woman, I'm not saying that there was I'm not speaking of humans as a biological class. So usually when we think of humans as a biological class, it's Homo sapien. But I think that metaphysically speaking, all it takes to be a human is to be ensouled. So, for example, as an Aristotelian anatomist, we usually define humans as being rational animals. So we have rationality and animality. So both those things would be true of us. And the first man and woman would just, because they would have that kind of metaphysical nature and a soul, that would constitute them being the first man and woman, not necessarily their biological makeup. So this is why. So this is kind of the difference as I would see it.
Yeah, it's so many things. I'm not even sure how to. It's so okay. I mean, okay. Yes, I do understand. I went to school. So okay, there was these two. Not only was there one male and there were one female. They had names too. I mean, it's so clearly wrong. I mean, okay. So before Adam,
those names just signify. Well, those wouldn't be the name. So they wouldn't. I wouldn't just claim that that's the name. Those are the names they used with one another. Hi, Adam. Hi. I would just claim those are the honorific titles of the first man and woman.
I mean, you can. I mean, you can you can clearly hear how stupid this is. Okay. So before Adam and
So
Eve,
tell me
there
what you really
was.
think.
Oh yeah. So before Adam and Eve, there was
There was.
animals. There were there other animals or humans?
Yes, well, not humans, but tons of other animals. They just
Okay,
weren't
so
rational
there
animals.
were no animals before Adam and Eve.
You're taking
There were animals. They just weren't rational animals.
Okay, so there were no humans before Adam and Eve.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so then we have a big problem because that is not what science teaches. So I mean, we can have this.
Why doesn't science teach us that?
I'm so sorry.
Why doesn't science teach us that?
Why?
Well, first of all, my
because
claim.
it's wrong, probably.
Wait. Just first of all, my claim was that modern science doesn't contradict the story. I never said that modern science proclaims my story. There's a difference to be had there.
Yeah.
Um,
Let me explain, because I think there's a community breakdown, and I think I can
Just
explain
both,
it very well.
actually.
Okay, Epi is not a Genesis literalist, so if I can try to character Epi, if I say anything that doesn't describe you, please chime in as soon as I ever come off on. Okay, this is how I think Epi's trying to say. He believes in the Big Bang. He believes in abiogenesis. But he believes that God is the creator of all these things. And then he thinks that because of this, all of these animals were here first because of abiogenesis and because of the process of evolution. And once we get to man, the first, what we would consider as sentient human beings, he would classify those the two, or that is the beginning of mankind as Adam and Eve. And so everything that Epi holds does not contradict science. So I don't know where you're getting all of these flustered feelings saying science contradicts this. Epi believes in a Big Bang. Epi believes in abiogenesis. Epi believes in the long line of progression all the way through evolution. He just holds that the first humanoids were Adam and Eve, and then they lived. So what so far has Epi said that has disagreed with science?
Probably we have this language barrier here because I mean, if you agree with evolution, which is proven, there is a gradual change. I mean, there is no place in time where all of a sudden there is one of each sex humans, and they have names. I mean, even if you had one male and one female named Adam and Eve, which is apostrophe, then they had to be born from someone or by someone.
Mm-hmm. All right. So I hear what you're saying. Now, a couple of things to mention here. As I said before, Adam and Eve were probably just honorific titles, is another way of saying first man, first woman, as we would use in the Genesis narrative in reference to that. Second of all, the requirement for being human isn't fully biological. There's a metaphysical component to it as well, being a rational animal. Now, Adam and Eve's physiology could have come about through the evolutionary process, but their sentience, their kind of metaphysical nature, that comes in through intervention and the creation of God's hand. That's all I'd be saying in terms of that.
I don't even understand what you're saying. I mean.
Okay, so was there a word you'd like me to define?
Well, first off, I mean, so you have these apes.
Okay.
They still exist, of course. We have had apes for 6 million years, and from one of the lineage of those apes, we have humanoids. I mean, us, that eventually became us. And they had babies, and then all of a sudden they have souls, and and those two are Adam and Eve. Okay, is that right?
Pretty much.
Well, that you
How can God not do that? How can not?
well,
How can
well,
God not? I'm just saying you're talking to a Christian. How can God not give that sentience to these creatures
yeah,
creatures that He wants in Adam and Eve? So. What we're really differing here on not so much science but worldviews. It's not science that's conflicting here. It's worldviews.
it is science that is conflicting. I mean, of course.
There's no scientific claims brought forth so far that contradict modern science. Epi has put forth 0 claims that would contradict modern science. Not one. So if you're hearing a contradictory claim, you're hearing wrong, I would venture to say.
Or you just haven't pointed out how it is
Epicurus
contradictory.
just told me that apes have evolved for millions of years, and there's a lineage which became us, and all of a sudden there was Eve, and there was Adam and Eve, and they have souls. That is you can never find that anywhere in any scientific paper.
Okay, but I'm not saying that's what science backs up. I'm saying science doesn't contradict this claim. That's all I was going for. I wouldn't even want. Wait. Just as a point.
Not contradicted, but in the same time.
Okay. All right. So how can science? Oh well, there's a difference between not supporting something and not contradicting something. So, for example, let's just say, for example, there was a crime that was happening, and you were in your car eating a chocolate bar. Now, of course, your wife wants to know what you were doing all day. Let's just actually not your wife. Your boss wanted to know what you were doing on your lunch hour, and you said, "Oh, well, I was in my car eating a chocolate bar." Now, of course, he wants proof of this for some reason, and you take him and you try to find people who were at the scene. Everyone is too busy or distracted to notice that you were eating a chocolate bar at what was going on. So what your boss is finding is lack of support for your story. He's not finding anything that's contradicting your story. He's just not finding anything that's supporting your story. So when we say something contradicts, that just means that if there's something going on that contradicts your kind of story. When we say something's not supporting your story, that's just to say that there's no evidence in there to support your story. It doesn't mean it didn't happen. It just means there's nothing there to support it. Does that do you understand?
So there's no evidence against Epi's claim that God sentient the first 2 humanoid apes out of that line. So there's no scientific evidence to the contrary of that, is what he's saying. But there is no scientific evidence that supports it either, but it doesn't mean that it's wrong.
Exactly. So I wouldn't want what I'm saying to be taught in any elementary school. I think that would be ridiculous. I wouldn't want it taught in any science class. It's not a scientific claim. It's not something I think you could just go outside and gather evidence for. It's just something I believe in on personal revelation.
Well, I mean, it's a great cop out, but I mean, it's if you tell me that if there was a God among thousands of man-made God, could he possibly have made this happen? I mean, there is so many ifs that we could.
Just there being so many claims that there being multiple gods does not refute the fact that there could be one ultimate God. There's no basis in saying, well, since there's so many gods, how do we know there's even one? I mean, there's no correlation between numbers of gods and possibility of God.
Actually, it is, because every God claim is so mutual, so they cannot all be true. But I mean, science that doesn't.
Either there is a God or not, right? There's only 2 ways to go. Either there is a God or there isn't.
Or there are plenty. I mean, science doesn't deal with this, in my worldview, crazy scenarios where there might be a God just that is, I mean, just because science doesn't disprove something that they cannot disprove doesn't make it true. I mean, of course, it doesn't make it false either. But if we had to believe everything we cannot disprove, I mean, the world would be the most crazy place.
We're not saying believe just because it cannot be disproven. What we're saying is don't take the fact that it can't be disproven as not worth believing in. It's an unfalsifiable claim, and it probably will for always remain this way. And go ahead, Epi, if you have anything to add to that. I have a feeling.
Why in the world would you believe a thing that it cannot be disproven?
Faith. I put my faith in Lord Jesus Christ, and I'm willing to stake my life and soul on it. And that's
you're
good enough
willing
for me.
to stake your life and your soul
Yes.
on a person
Bring out. Hey,
believe in for,
listen. Let me say this. Bring out the ISIS guys. Bring out the ISIS guys. Sharpen the knife, and let's see if I'm the real deal or not. That's what I'm saying. I'm willing to die for Lord Jesus Christ. I'm willing to put my life.
I would also be willing to die, but then again, I would also shit my pants in the process. So both of those would happen.
Yeah.
But,
so I say, test me. Bring out the ISIS guys, sharpen the knife, and let's see if I'm willing to put my life on the line for Lord Jesus Christ.
Okay. So I wouldn't really. Okay. So yeah, I do. So when it comes to the Genesis story, yeah, I would say that's not a scientific claim, and it is unfalsifiable. But I would also say that there are other things that it does hinge on that you can really go after. So, for example, the existence of a soul would be the number one spot I'd suggest any skeptic to go over when I'm making my claim here. Yeah, it's unfalsifiable, but does not necessarily entail that it's unrefutable. Like, there are good arguments against this position. At least arguments worth taking up.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I've originally thought that Seamus and you, by the way, I mean, Alex Budden doesn't seem to speak that well of you, Epi, but so far I think you have behaved quite good, and you.
Thanks.
You mute when you don't talk and so forth, but then I hear this almost crazy notion about willing to die for my faith, and we know that well from suicide bombers and so on.
In all fairness, there's a lot.
I'm not willing to kill for my faith. I'm not. There's a distinction. I'm not willing to kill for my faith. I'm willing to die for my faith. If someone
also, I would throw in there that there are a lot of other things I would also gladly die for. I would die for my family. So, for example, if it came to a point where I had to defend my family in some way, shape, or form, I would definitely die for them. I think that's another thing.
Yeah, sure. And we have these monks that set themselves on fire because they believe this. So.
By the way, I just want to say you're an awesome moderator. Since you were so quick to compliment me, I might as well return the favor. I also just wanted to say with Alex Bond, what happened there was sometimes with certain atheists, I'll put on a certain bravado to kind of discourage any further arguments. Usually this comes when an atheist will say something insulting, like that's how they begin a conversation, call me delusional, things of that nature. That's how the exchange started, and I felt, okay, I'm not really going to get anywhere with here. I might as well do what he's doing. Plus,
okay, you
plus
have
I've
to.
had other problems with him.
Yeah, sure. I mean, there are people that call Christians or other believers delusional and so forth, and I'm not quite there yet, but I do hear that some of the conversion stories are so similar to what you can call delusional. I mean, they are often in a very bad place, or they are crying out for help or some kind, and they just happen to cry out to the God that is dominant in that region, and somehow they got help, and then they are convinced. So I mean, this is not far from it. But I mean, so even though science have never talked about Adam and Eve, in where Lucy gave birth to Adam and Eve, and so forth. Even though you might believe so, there is no evidence before. But I mean, there is so much other claims from Christians, and I don't know where you stand. I mean, we know that the prayers doesn't work, and there are, I mean, thousands.
How do we know that
Stop
prayers
right there.
don't work? How do we know
Stop
that
right
prayers
there.
don't work? I'm kind of interested in that
Am I
one.
talking to one or two persons?
Oh,
Go ahead, Epi. I'm sure you can handle this.
you're talking to
Yeah,
all
I'm
of
sure.
us.
that was quite condescending, by the way. I'm sure you can handle this.
Saying
Okay.
I'm pretty sure we hold the same views, is what I meant. I didn't mean it in a condescending manner. I'm pretty sure you can handle it in a way that.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I don't mean to be condescending to you. Now hurry up, my time is valuable. I'm just teasing. I'm teasing. Sorry, we were talking about prayer. I'd be interested in how you come to the conclusion that prayer doesn't work.
Through evidence.
Okay, such as?
Is there any other kind?
Okay. Well, yeah, there's logical evidence.
Well, I would do. If you wouldn't mind, I would go with the actual facts. Not to be condescending in any way.
So, for example, do squared circles exist?
Not as we define square, and not as we define circles. No.
Yeah, both of them are non-existent. Yeah, exactly, because they have mutually contradicting properties.
Yeah.
Now because they're superseding logical principles that kind of push us to reject contradictions. That's our logical. Because we hold on to these greater principles, that's our sufficient reason to reject the existence of a squared circle as we define squares and circles.
Yeah, and I can prove it mathematically too.
Yeah, that's an analytical statement. So there are certain statements that reduce to analytical absurdities. That logical proofs are one way of pointing this out.
Yeah, I thought we were talking about prayers, but
yeah, I know. But
if you want to talk symbols, that's okay too.
No. I'm just pointing out that there's more than one kind of evidence. That's it.
Well, I mean, when I talk about evidence, I mean that which is true.
Okay.
When you test it.
All right. So how would you?
I mean,
when you mention
either you can pray for something and it comes true, or you don't.
Okay.
And there has been tests about that proves that is not the case.
Okay, so these tests you're referring to, would they include something of a social scientific sense, where they, like a double-blind study, where they take two groups and then have one group one group being prayed for and the other group not being prayed for, correct?
Yeah, and even groups where they said to them that they are being prayed for, but they weren't, and even groups that they said to that they won't be prayed for, but they were, and all these kind of mixtures. So there wouldn't be any.
So I would just mention the methodology would be faulty for testing such things. In Catholic theology, for example, the saints and the angels are constantly praying for you. This would include both people in the group, so there's usually never a person who isn't being prayed for. Thus the double-blind study would not be double-blind.
Yeah. I mean, well, whichever way you want to rephrase it, all of these studies, there have been hundreds, show that.
Can I take a shot at this one?
Yeah, but they'd all be faulty, is what I'm saying. If they're of the double-blind variety.
You're saying that of all the thousands of people being prayed for, not prayed for, and all these mixtures, and that they were faulty?
Okay, so usually when we're doing a double-blind study, let's take medicine, for example, pharmaceuticals. We give one group the pill, the actual pill, and one group a placebo. And usually if we get both groups with similar results or the same results, that kind of concludes a placebo effect, where it's usually just the person's own mind that's doing most of the legwork for the medicine. It's not the medicine itself. Thus, we conclude that the medicine either works, in the sense that it does help. Most people are healed. It does its intended effects, or it works no better than someone taking a placebo, which we get a placebo effect, hence the thing doesn't work at all.
Yes.
And that's how we build our conclusion. However, when we're talking about prayer, we can't do a double-blind study because everybody in both groups are always being prayed for. Usually this could include living people, such as family members that are alive, church groups that they might be a part of. Not to mention, most people have guardian angels that pray for them. Not to mention, the saints are constantly praying for people. So, yeah, the double-blind study would be faulty in that sense because
No.
there's always because both groups have people who are praying for them. It's not double-blind. It would be the equivalent of giving both groups the placebo or both groups the pill.
I have a different approach. Can I take a swing at this?
I mean, you're absolutely wrong. I mean, you have people praying for them. You have people not praying for them.
No, you don't have people not praying for them.
Yes.
Well, I'm saying both people have people. What I'm saying is both people have people praying for them. The other side usually consists of church groups that they might be a part of, or family members or relatives that they don't know that are praying for them. Not to mention guardian angels. Not to mention the saints in heaven. They're under Christian theology. We would posit all these prayers.
Okay. I do hear you. I understood you 5 years ago. I mean, this is just so amazing for me. I mean, even if you were right, which you are not, then there would be 100% answer rate, but there isn't. I mean,
why would we expect 100% answer rate? We would just expect that since we have so much prayer going for us now that's continuous, we'd have the same rate.
I'm not being sure. There are people praying for them, and there are people not praying for them. I mean, this is so. I mean, you have people praying for them. Do you understand that sentence?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, great.
And I'm not denying that.
Okay, I was not finished. Do you understand when I say there are people that are not praying for them?
I understand, and that's where I'm disagreeing with you.
So you are saying that every people in the entire universe is praying for them, the people, when I just told you that they are not?
What I'm saying is that there are persons that are giving them prayers.
Yeah.
That's both sides. Whether or not I'm close to
crying right now.
Well, okay. So what am I not getting then?
Can I say something, guys? Please.
I think. Okay, I'll let Chamos talk if you don't mind, Evidence.
Oh Jesus!
Listen, hold on, Evidence. Let me say something here, please. I've bridged the communication gap between you guys once before. If you give me the shot, I'll do it again. So what he's saying is, how do you know there isn't someone praying for these people that you are unaware of? A cousin of theirs? Do you got all of their relatives in a room saying, "Don't pray"? Do you got all of their friends in a... Hold on, telephone.
And I understood that argument 1 hour ago, but that doesn't matter. I mean, we have people praying for them to get better, and we have people that does not pray for them to get better. I mean, if you gather 1,000 people and 500 of them pray and 500 of them doesn't pray, then you have. I mean, how could this be so hard to understand?
Because you don't have 500 praying and 500 not praying. You have an amalgamation of people who are praying and not praying for both groups.
Even worse.
What I'm saying is, but my point is the study is faulty. That's the thing. You can't do the measurements.
I mean, this is so basic. So I'm at loss of words how you cannot grasp this. There are people praying for them, and there are people not praying for them. They are told that there are people who do believe in God that is praying for them, which is not, and they are told vice versa, and all these mixtures, and they never get better.
Okay, but I'm just...
Nothing works. I mean, the outcome is the same, whatever. I mean, how can you not? How is it possible for you? I mean, I guess you're an adult. Okay, how can you not understand this?
Ouch.
Hey guys, I'm back. Sorry for that. I had a phone call. That was like the worst timing ever. Let me take a different approach than the one Epi's taking, because I think we can take a more baseline approach and still prove to evidence why he cannot make an absolute statement. Evidence seemed to me has made an absolute statement that prayer does not work. So what you would have to do by making this absolute statement is prove to me that no prayer in the history of humankind has ever worked, which obviously you cannot prove. And since you cannot prove this, you cannot assert an absolute. An intellectually honest person would absolutely have to agree that they cannot assert an absolute in this situation, because they would have to prove every single prayer in every instance that was never.
Just awful shame.
I can make it a claim.
That was plainly awful.
No.
So
No, how in the world would you expect someone to prove that no prayer ever made in the history of the universe has ever come true? I mean, that is, how about that for Mission Impossible? That is,
yeah, you can't do it. That's why you can't say prayer can't work.
That has no bearing whatsoever on a scientific test.
It has bearing on whether you can... Listen to me. It has bearing on whether you can claim prayer works or not. If you say prayer doesn't work, you cannot make that absolute claim. That's an absolute claim. You cannot make an absolute claim without absolute proof. Everyone knows this. Absolute claims demand absolute proof.
Well, so the absolute proof is regarding to that specific test. It's not regarding.
That's not absolute proof. I would only have to prove that one prayer was answered by God once in human history in order to prove you wrong. So, yeah, you absolutely...
Yes, that's correct. So prove it. So what is it?
I have never heard it in my life.
Nadia, we can hear your baggage so loud right now.
That was almost shameful, shameless. No pun intended.
Okay. And I actually can prove that prayer has come true.
Then can you prove? Then prove it. Show us.
No, what I'm saying is it cannot be proven, so you cannot make the absolute statement. If you don't get that, I couldn't sit here for 20 more minutes and help it. If you don't get it, you don't get it. I'm not even going to waste my time explaining this any further. If you don't understand that,
I'm not trying to...
No, I'm just saying that you cannot make an absolute statement without absolute proof. It's completely honest opinion that you do not have absolute proof. So what I'm saying,
if I don't have proof, that means that
you cannot make an absolute claim. Which evidence is?
If I don't have proof, that means that there is no that my claim is specious.
You have an absolute claim.
Hang on. What are absolute claims and absolute proofs?
I don't know. I've never used the word. An absolute claim.
Yes, earlier evidence made an absolute claim. He asserted absolutely prayer does not work.
Yeah.
It doesn't. You can't come up with.
What does absolute mean here?
Oh my God, you guys.
What does absolute mean here? What is an absolute claim? What is an absolute proof?
An absolute claim is asserting a universal positive, a universal statement. And the absolute claim here, the universal statement here made is prayer does not work. Prayer absolutely does not work. So in order to confirm this absolute, you would have to show in every instance of all time that every prayer, not even one, was answered by a divine agent, which is impossible to prove. So, therefore, you cannot make that absolute statement. You would have to revise your statement into a non-absolute. You would have to say, according to the studies, Nadia, you're really loud right now. Mute your mic. Mute your mic, Nadia. That was super loud.
Background noise.
You would have to revise your absolute claim to say something like this. all of the studies point to that prayers do not work. That would be inaccurate. That is not an absolute statement. You evidence has made an absolute statement which you cannot assert. So you need to
Actually,
rebut.
Jamos, does the claim that all studies on prayer has concluded that prayer does not work is an absolute statement?
If you say that, but you can't say that in light of that all prayer doesn't work. If you rephrase it in that manner, all studies have concluded that prayer does not work. Sure, but you can't say that prayer does not work. You just say all studies have concluded.
Well, he can.
That is
Yes,
just
you can.
semantics, James. And actually,
Dude, no, it's not. You made an absolute claim, and if you don't understand that, you don't understand it.
Yeah, I do
Alright,
understand.
so-
Actually, the original claim was that science showed that prayer doesn't work, and then Epi went to this, and you went to this. Could you handle this guy and should prove him wrong? Actually, my original claim was that science showed that prayer doesn't work.
My quick
Science points that
my-
most
nailing
likely
down
prayer
of
doesn't work.
universal,
So,
or sorry, absolute, would be in all instances, at all times, at all places, something like that. Would that be accurate?
Say science indicates prayer most likely doesn't work.
Did I cut out or did he? Was it? I was asking for clarification on absolute, because universal might be a little bit ambiguous. Would it be in all instances, at all times, all places?
Right, that's what I was referring to. Then.
Okay. So, well, there's a question though in the case of prayer whether, well, there are two ways to establish absolutes. This in one case would be exhaustive. Well, essentially like in the studies, enumerating that all instances and just going through one by one, saying that there are no exceptions. And another would be a logical proof that something is logically necessarily the case. When those kinds of search procedures are infeasible. So some of it will end up depending on, well, how you, I guess, regard natural law. If you regard it as normative, then you're actually in trouble with this. To the extent that the humans have, properly apprehended natural law, and in that case, you can go about examining the sort of method of causation and so on, showing like a priori that reciting these words or thinking these words cannot have like causal determination over the events whose outcomes involved, and otherwise you can make an evidential claim that according to or with the strength of these physical laws of nature that we've apprehended, they have a certain like strength to them, accuracy, probability, things will behave according to them, and so on. You can make that evidential claim on their grounds, again a priori, through the sort of modes of causation and so on. It's very unlikely that this could happen. And you can actually bolster that evidence with, the, I guess, non-exhaustive studies, right? So, and typically, science actually goes in this sort of dual mode, where the a priori sort of models are, constructed for consistency and so on with, already known facts, and then, there's testing for, verification and, attempts at falsification and so on. So I think with the same kind of accuracy we arrive at other scientific conclusions, we can arrive at the conclusion that, his prayer is not effective or cannot be effective. So. Granted, it's qualified with not full certainty, not, we can't even necessarily rule out Catholicism, but we also, with general sorts of things like second law of thermodynamics and, Einstein's gravity and so on, that level.
Great. Thank you, Nadia. Free talk, everybody.
Right. What I was saying about science, if in science, if you were to make an absolute claim, you would have to have absolute proof of that claim for it to be validated. That's what I'm saying here. So even science would have to reject the claim you just made. Even a diehard scientist would never say prayer does not work. He would just say in all indications.
That's not true.
Guys, I know that you're militant atheist, Sydney, but you have to listen to what I'm saying.
Well, actually, it would typically be implicit. I mean, maybe they would make the literal statement, but it would be implicitly understood that it's qualified with this. It's an empirical conclusion. It has, some kind of level of certainty and so on.
Right. It needs to be qualified in some manner, and when you don't qualify it and it stays as an absolute claim, people are gonna find problems with that because for obvious reasons. So I think the only way is to qualify it, like Nadia said.
Empirical science has essentially that qualifier throughout its entire discussion. It's not typically implicitly stated, except maybe in like elementary textbooks where it's saying if you understand any of the basics of empirical science, and you have to understand that this has got that kind of qualification. So actually, they will make the literal statement as if it sounds like it's an absolute, but they will just simply mean it's the high degree of certainty, high probability, and so on.
In discussions of religion, I'm not willing to let that slide. I order and insist that people qualify their statements. I'm not in a religious discussion. I cannot let unqualified statements like that go unaddressed. I cannot do it.
Most of the time, it's clear from context that when it's inclusive empirical science, then it's going to be.
It's only a few words.
Qualifier.
Only a few words to qualify a statement. We've been sitting here for 3 or 4 hours. Just take the time, qualify your statements, do it correctly, so that no one has issues with it. It's simple.
When discussing empirical science, you essentially have like the same kind of implicit context, tacit assumptions, and so on, as you would have in the literature of a science, and that's how it goes. Holding people's feet to the fire over this is basically just going to get people to stop talking to you.
Well, that's fine. That's fine. But what I'm saying, you go to a Christian and make an absolute claim that prayer doesn't work, and it's unqualified, and you expect them to be totally okay with it because, oh, I understand what he would have meant. This is crazy. I mean, I'm gonna have to, as a Christian, assert, how I feel about this, and if people want to cut their ties with me, that's fine. But I can't leave that unaddressed. I cannot do that.
Sure, you can, because you don't like the result. Because, but I mean. Would you say that we are able to do a hip transplant, for instance?
Yes.
Yeah. Well,
Where was your
we cannot prove it universally.
Have you ever seen one happen? Have you ever? What is the reliability of your own senses and reasoning? What is the reliability of the authority you're citing this based on? All these things end up with, the implicit tacit qualifier of some degree of uncertainty. Oh, later on, Epi. Yeah, all those things crop up. Go ahead, Epi.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're gonna have to adjust to some element of implicit context here. Not. When the context is unclear, sure, demand things then, but majority of the time it is clear.
Yeah, the only point I was making, I mean, there are so many things that we know which are true, that we sort of take for granted. No one would ever say that microwave ovens doesn't work beyond Pluto. I mean, you don't live your way that like that. You don't have to disprove every single claim. I mean, it's absurd. And I mean, the scientific study shows that prayer doesn't work. Hence, prayer doesn't work. Prayer has no effect. No positive effect, no negative effect, no effect beyond the limits whatsoever. I mean, it's not like, have you tried prayed on the Andromeda galaxy? Oh, then it might be wrong. I mean, that's not how we operate.
Let me try another angle. Would you say that mathematical truths like 2 + 2 = 4, that those are absolutely certain, that those hold everywhere at all times, all places, and are things you're fully certain of, and so on?
You're asking me?
Seamus.
I think for the sake of for everyone, I'm just kind of I think I've said how I feel about this topic. I don't want to get I don't want to go any deeper into it personally myself, because I feel like I've said all I need to say, and I don't want to get any more heated or I feel like I've said my piece here. So I'm gonna take I'm gonna bow out of this particular topic. But if another topic comes up, I'll jump right in. But I've said my piece here.
Okay.
Well, what I was going to try to drive at was, and we can just change subject after, was that we have limitations on even our reasoning abilities, pure reason. These a priori things that are in some kind of, in some sense, well, quote unquote absolute, definite, certain, whatever, end up having this limited reliability, the reasoning process, cast them down from, that kind of absolute certainty to, well, up to the point we understand things well enough and reason well enough and so on. So, okay. Next topic. Well, why don't we initiate it from your end, Seamus? Do you have an idea, or Sean?
Yeah. Let some of the other people speak. But I know that Ramona has some good ideas. I was in a hangout with her the other night, and she had some really nice insights. Let's see if we can get some new blood in this discussion.
I don't have much to talk about, but I wanted to say hi to some people here. So I've talked to Nadia before, so hi, Nadia.
Hi.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. It's wait. It's almost 3 o'clock in the morning in Germany, and I have no ideas. It would be nice if I just could listen and enjoy your talk. I've been talking so much the last few hours, so yeah.
Alrighty. Maybe let's see if Sean has anything or any topics he wants to talk about or anything he wants to say. If not, I'll see if I can't conjure up something.
Well, I was in the process of actually working on it. I was planning on having a discussion with Skylar Fiction on morality. I was just going to do a one-on-one kind of hangout with him and bat some ideas back and forth. So, and when I came in, that's what you guys were into, and I thought, you know, a lot of people were talking, and I think you can get further in conversations sometimes when they're one-on-ones. So I was in the process of kind of laying those out to ask you about them, but I wouldn't say that I'm quite ready right now. So if you had something you wanted to say, by all means.
Well, I have a lot of thoughts on the larger discussion about objective and subjective morality, but I actually have even more thoughts on Skylar's perception of such. Me and Skylar have gotten to a lot of talks and chats in the last few days about this subject, so I could definitely offer you some insights into his approach on this subject. But I think before that, I would just like to know possibly how you're going to approach the conversation with Skylar. Like, what angle are you going to take? What position are you going to take?
Yeah, well, what I realized, and I actually was prepared, I did have them written out in a file here, I just had the definitions of subjective and objective down, according to the dictionary that I was using. And the thing that I thought was kind of interesting on it is that a lot of times you hear, you know, believers say things like that, you know, that that biblical morality is objective. However, one of the definitions of objective is not dependent on the mind for existence. And I was sitting here scratching my head like, well, the morals come straight from God. So how could you make the claim that it's objective? But I realized that what they're getting at is they are, I think it's due to this. Objective has two definitions. That's one of them. And the other one is that it's, that the moral itself is not, I'll just read it here, of a person or their judgment not influenced by personal feelings or opinions in considering and representing the facts. And so I think what they what they're getting at when they say that biblical morality is objective is they're saying that you know, these things are objectively right or wrong in and of themselves. It's not like it's merely God's opinion. And I think the other reason they kind of cling to that too is because, you know, a lot of atheists will, not all, but some will say that their morality is subjective. And so I think a lot of theists like to claim to objective morality simply to distance themselves and to show that, no, our morality is different than yours. However, what I'm seeing is that there are both objective and subjective stances to biblical morality, and I get the feeling that depending on the atheist you talk to, that you would have the same on their end as well.
Right, that's an accurate assessment. Definitely, there definitely are certain theists or Christians that will hold to an objective or a subjective standard based on their worldview, and likewise, there are other non-theists or atheists that hold either an objective or subjective. For example, Tyler, in my talks with him, he holds to a subjective standard of morality in his worldview, and he, from my talks with him, he's a deist. So he doesn't like the classification as the atheist worldview, but within his deistic worldview, he believes that morality is subjective. And I was just wondering to ask you, Sean, a few questions. Are you a Christian? Are you a theist? And what position do you take in relation to morality in your worldview? Do you take the objective or the subjective?
Well, I am a Christian, and I would say that it's difficult because the biblical morality is objective in the aspect that it is dependent on the mind of God to exist, right? Like the fact of something being right or wrong, I would say it would not be an something that would depend on its own, without God being there first. So in that way, it's subjective. It's subject to the mind of God. However, I would also say that these acts, in and of themselves, are, I don't know if I'm using the right word here, but they're intrinsically right or wrong. And so, and what I would say is that I think, and I was studying lately, this goes with that thing called, I don't know if I'm pronouncing it correctly, but Euphoros dilemma, or whatever that is. I was looking into that.
Euthyphro.
Okay. Thanks. But anyways, and when I really look at those two, like, as if those are the only options, like you have to pick one or the other, the first time that I was watching that, I was inclined to say, well, I think they're both, in the fact that, that God declares the thing to be right or wrong, because it is right or wrong. Like, I don't think you have to pick one or the other in regards to that. So that's kind of, but then again, I'm still kind of, the tough thing is that all these words that we use, right, objective and subjective and all these things like that, these are all words that are foreign to the Bible, which is where I get my understanding from about biblical morality. So the tough thing that we have to do is people are trying to read all these secular words into the Bible when they don't appear there. And I think when you do that, you can possibly run into error. So I'm trying not to do that.
Yeah, well, I should briefly point out, and Sean hasn't heard this spiel before, either one actually. Okay, first off, there's kind of like a whole, maybe you could vaguely call it like standard philosophical, classification of different moral systems and so on. And in those, divine command does show up as subjective. And they're using things like contingency on mind, like you're talking about, as the criteria. Now, subjective also, I should point out, in the sort of philosophical arena of like different kinds of morality, actually doesn't have the same kind of, negative connotation that a lot of people in these discussions seem to think it has. There are things like, the ideal observer theory. It's actually pretty naive, but that's the other kind of principle one trotted out now and then. It's basically just have a disinterested imaginary observer, and in their mind, how would it appear? That kind of idea, right? That's subjective, but it's given pretty high standard, and people use it as a rule of thumb all the time, even if they don't call it a theory, right? There's John Rawls' theory of justice, which, in like fashion, has something like an ideal observer there, but as the rule setter, it goes about sort of casting himself into the worst case of the way the rules are set. And those are totally subjective things, but they are well respected. And their divine command, just because it ends up with quote unquote subjective label, that's maybe in common usage doesn't have quite the right connotation. It doesn't actually cast any aspersion on it, and that doesn't even say that it's necessarily invalid. So okay, go on ahead.
Yeah, in all honesty, on this subject, I kind of don't even really know where to take it. I mean, it really does seem like it comes down to, I think it really comes down to kind of two things. And the aspect is whether or not a person thinks that their judgment on whether or not something is right or wrong is better than the judgment that God would put forth. I think that's really what it comes down to. And of course, if you don't believe in God, then you're going to kind of naturally assume that yourself or man in general has the better opinion. And there's a second part, but I forgot what that was, so I'll stop.
Yeah, that's J.D. Kane's Talking Shit Tuesday. So.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no, I remember what. Oh, Chamos. Yeah, let me get my second point out real quick. The second point that I just remembered is I was talking with somebody else, and from a natural standpoint, for them, the most important thing in determining whether or not things was right or wrong was, what was best for human preservation, I believe is what they were saying. And from a biblical moral standpoint, that is human preservation is not the most important thing. And so, of course, whatever worldview you come in with, it's drastically going to affect how you see it. Is the conclusion I'm coming to.
Well, I should add that the theology is a pretty narrow part of a worldview. I mean, ethics itself, even within Christianity, varies quite a bit. There's the sort of natural theological version versus divine command versus possibly others, right? And of course, there's more than Christianity with respect to theism, right? So there's a lot there. Go ahead.
I hear what you're saying, Nadia, but I think even though you could have differences amongst different Christians, I think all of the positions that they arrive at would be based on, at the very least, their interpretation of what Scripture says. So I think that all of their moral framework is more or less going to be based on something scriptural.
I'll be careful to call it based on. I'd say definitely influence, but particularly in natural theology and denominations, sects, whatever, that don't adhere to sola scriptura, it's going to be a lot more in the mix, and the Scripture might not even be the primary influence.
I agree. That's a better way to say it.
Okay. Well, it's not really a different way. You kind of made the main point. I just kind of tagged on a qualifier.
Well, tell you what, I've been working out my brain a little bit, but now I'm going to go work out my body, so I'm out of here, guys. Thanks for the conversation.
I need a gym membership, too. All right.
Yeah. See ya.
Have a good night. I think Wayne and Seamus are our last Christians. I don't know if evidence is. I don't know how much longer evidence is going to stay awake. Going head-to-head against Talking Shit Tuesday is going to have mostly empty hangout.
All right, I'm back. Did everyone leave you, Nadia?
No, just Recklin and Sean.
Oh crap! Because there's did Sean say why he was leaving, or is he coming back, or do you know? I had volume down.
It's later in his time zone, and he needs to work out before he, turns in and all that. Yeah.
Okay. Well, yeah, I've got the J.D. Kane thing open, and they were saying a few things about me, but it's nothing bad or anything like that. Carl was just talking about a discussion we had the other day where he thinks I was being a little hard-headed, and perhaps I was, but yeah, I was just listening on that, but I've got it queued up to the spot right now, and they're only 29 minutes in, so I'll just pause it, and I'll just hang out with you for a bit, Nadia, because I mean I'll watch it eventually. I'm not going to trip over it.
Yeah, it's the premise of it is something I kind of have openly expressed objections to. Held several 8-hour hangouts saying, hey, This whole mocking stuff is not a great idea.
Right. It doesn't encourage like nice discourse. It just kind of encourages red team, blue team type attitude. When we're not really here for that. We're here for nice discourse and to learn stuff, and or some people are, at least I hope. But
well, there could be all kinds of things, but
I guess
malice
everyone's
is never good to throw in the mix. Oh, sorry.
So I guess everyone's here for their different reasons. I suppose. I'm just here to try to bring people to Christ, but I more or less spend most of my time defending Christ, which is not really what I want to be doing, and not really what I think is the most valuable use of my time. But nevertheless, I'm a sucker for jumping into discussions when I should really just be preaching the gospel. So.
Yeah. I mean, I might have some arsenal of arguments, whatever. For the most part, I just say fuck it. I'm not gonna recite this thing. Just go look it up. Here's the name of the author, date, and the name of the paper. But even so, I'm more like the social justice thing. I'm like, ever heard that people complain about Atheism Plus?
Atheism Plus?
Yeah. It's like Atheism plus a bunch of social justice crusades tacked onto it and whatever. Crusades, of course. The basic idea is, stuff like feminism. I have no idea what other kinds of, probably LGBT rights are in there somewhere. If not under the banner of feminism, then almost certainly under their own right. I mean, the way things are going, it's turning into a real club to hit people over the head with. So I don't really need to. Yeah, I don't really need to really make the argument myself. People kind of like trip over it. I'm like, hey, wait a minute, guy. The biggest single reason, granted, the biggest single is 30%, but why people are walking away from Christianity is because you're screaming bloody murder like this about LGBT stuff and saying how terrible it is. So, quiet down.
Right.
You can at least have the argument, more reservedly or, with more decorum or something. Go ahead.
Yeah, I agree. I was about to say that. Just be a little bit more cordial and tactful in the way that you come across, and I think that's a lot of time that's lost on people. And I think as far as a lot of these religious people, mainly Christians, pushing these kind of conservative social issues, I think that their time could be much better spent in other areas. And I think we should stop trying to, in my opinion, I mean, not a lot of Christians probably are not going to agree with me here, but what I would say is I think we should try our best to work on things that bring us together rather than divide us. So I wouldn't try to advocate these Christians pushing these social issues that are only going to divide society and they're not going to unify and they're not going to bring love. So what I would ask my fellow Christians to do is try to stay away from stuff like that and try to focus on the stuff that's going to unify or bring together or something that they can do for good, but it might fall on deaf ears, I guess. I don't know.
Well, in my case, I am on a mission to persuade and so on, but it's not that, your God doesn't exist or whatever, as much as I might not believe in it myself. It's really about, where the rubber meets the road, or where, what is it, Thurgood Marshall says something about your fist meets my nose. And so even though it doesn't really come up as kind of direct discussion, I think just kind of like being there, does a fair amount for it. And I don't know, seems to other people backslide on it, but there's more than just LGBT, there's reproductive rights, there's I guess the science education in terms of evolution is overdone, but sex education is there too, and not enough people are talking about that. Things about the future like climate change, fossil fuel depletion, antibiotic resistance, and of course the very radioactive Middle East peace. Especially with Christians United for Israel, saying go nuke Iran or something.
Right.
Kind of, kind of a big deal. And other people don't like it. They want to be on this grand quest for truth, and it's like,
Yeah, there's more immediate things that we can do here on Earth to make people's lives better. Yeah, I understand what you mean. I have a lot of those same sentiments. I really do, and I feel like helpless sometimes. I really do, and I know that's not the best way to look at it or feel. Like you need to do something about it, but I just feel, I don't know. I feel overwhelmed. I feel helpless. I feel like there's not really much I can do, and I think when everyone feels that way, we reduce ourselves. But I'm just trying. I always, I have those same thoughts.
Yeah. Well, I am in a number of respects genuinely helpless. And what do I do about it? I kind of make the stand, but to no avail. There's a little bit of Videodrome vanity, getting something out there, left of me online before I'm offline forever.
It's a funny
it's not
way
like
to put
poverty
it.
ever ends. Sorry?
That was a funny way to put it, Nadia.
How so?
I mean, not Nadia. You've got more of a legacy to leave behind than this internet crap. I mean, I'm certain of that. I can tell just by talking to you how smart you are. I mean, you've got more of a legacy to offer than just that. I'm certain of it. I think that even just the impacts you've made on people are even way more profounder than any of that crap. I mean, you might not think so, but people have come to appreciate you and like you and form a relationship with you and hang out with you enough in these hangouts where I really do feel like some people have a vested interest in you, and I believe in the same way you've kind of imparted some of your Nadia-isms to everybody else, where even someone like Rand, who's, he might be on the other end of the spectrum than me. I've even seen where he has a place in his heart for you, where even we all might disagree on certain things or everything like that. I've seen Rand soften up around you, and I feel like other people might hold those same sentiments.
Yeah. Well, that too will pass. I'll be forgotten soon enough. The videos will be there, but nobody will watch them.
Yeah, it's hard to say how that's going to go. It's really hard for most people to leave a profound impact. With your family members, and but by the time it gets down a couple generations, we don't do too much talking about our great grandfather. Many of us don't even know his name. So yeah, within a few generations, all is pretty much lost unless you make some great scientific discovery or you were some pro athletes. I mean, I think that by and large, most people are going to fade into the abyss when it comes to that. But this isn't a bad thing. You don't have to be a famous person. You don't have to make some profound impact. What you do have to do is live the life the way that you want to live and represent. You're a representative of yourself. Everything you do represents who you are, and throughout your life experiences, you get to represent yourself in such a way that is unique to you. And I think that regardless of if you're famous or if you leave a profound impact, you've done a job in representing yourself throughout your life that is unique to you and worthwhile.
I don't know. As far as the living how you want to live. I never got anywhere close to doing any of that. As far as the, I don't know, representing myself, well, I don't even have a face or a voice. I can, stand to see or hear that would represent me as I should truly be.
Well, that may be true.
Like that.
That may be true, but all of that aside, your thoughts, your ideals, some of your experiences, and how you impart your philosophies onto everyone else. I mean, yeah, it might not be to the fullest extent the way that you want it, but yeah, you're able to impart a lot of different things and represent yourself in such a way to other people that it does have meaning. And even if you don't feel yourself that you're able to fully identify yourself in that way that you would like, you're still, Nadia, you're still representing the LBG community. You're still a pioneer for all the socialists that you are. I mean, you're still representative of what you care about. So, I mean, you might not be able to say, oh, I'm fully that person that I want to be, but you are representing yourself in a way that I think is classy and worthwhile.
Grishnoa has 10,000 subs. I think Bonnet Dance has 15,000. They're getting a lot more currency than I am. And beyond that, I'm not sure my ideas are, I don't know, well enough articulated, or even if well enough articulated, well enough understood to even truly be said to be out there.
Yeah, I think with you, Nadia, and I'm kind of like a layman armchair philosopher. I'm not as sophisticated in my delivery as some people like you or Ozzy or perhaps Floyd. But what I will say for me is that a lot of people might have trouble understanding you due to your intellect. I mean, you might not realize that, but sometimes I feel like you might even have to dumb down some of your responses just so people can get it, because yeah, some people are more layman-esque like myself, and it's as much as I try my best to follow you use a lot of definitions when you speak and a lot of language that I'm unfamiliar with, so it kind of tends I lose track so very quickly, and I feel almost sometimes it would be a greater benefit to me if you kind of dumbed it down some. But what I'm saying is there's other people that probably are grasping exactly what you're meaning in the context that you're using it, but I just feel like how sophisticated you are, it can be lost on some people, and I think maybe even I might be one of them.
Yeah. Well, my ideas, I am not a student of philosophy myself. I mean, I maybe read a few more things than I have in the past couple of years, but I mean, my field of study was, mathematics and computer science. If, the extent I really had ideas, there's like a huge swath of the ideas I do have that are not represented here at all. My ideas about operating system design. Yeah, there's no one to talk to over here. Ideas about, I don't know, elliptic functions, or, I guess, try to use, rational splines that are different from the usual sort of all sharing a common denominator rational splines, or projective splines, whatever, also lost on people. So, I mean, there's pretty, like, a lot of my thought and so on is just, like, not represented here at all. It's a pretty narrow scope, even. things I really deal with or dealt with over my life.
Well, I've told you this before, and I'll tell you it again. You're at the top of my hit list for people I want to evangelize. So be careful, be wary around me, because you're definitely at the top of the hit list.
Do you mean convert to Christianity or something?
Yeah.
Well, there's sadly, even if Revelation is keeping me on another month, I mean, there's no light at the end of this tunnel. The internet goes out, and communications will fall down likely before anything like that would. So that's I don't know, kind of the sad fact of life. That's some spicy chili.
About to go get myself some food here in a minute too. I haven't really ate a whole lot today. I had some good like homemade like chicken. I don't even know what you call it, like chicken broth soup. It had like chicken in it and carrots and other stuff. It was pretty good. It just wasn't that filling. Like I ate a huge bowl of it, and I'm just starving again.
Yeah, some people hate me for it, but times I feel like I'm like sitting down and like having a meal with friends. Like like a bunch of friends might get together for dinner after work or something. So that's, I don't know, kind of weird way of communing.
Yeah, there you go.
My sort of, I don't know, experience of the internet, if you want to call it that, a little bit different. I mean, I was never really a hobbyist, right? I started using computers in college, and the way using them worked was, we would sit at a lab and like get on these chat programs, or sometimes we even use something called Write, like WRITE.
Okay, I thought you were about to say MIRC or something.
IRC was around, but I think that belonged to Windows, not in the Unix systems, and I don't think it was.
Oh, I got you. Yeah, that's right. I'm
internet. Go ahead.
I'm a little Windows dummy. I'm not on that side of the tide yet. I'm just kind of always just went with the Windows stuff. I remember having friends talk about like Unix and Linux operating systems and how they were just so much better. And I just never even looked into it.
It depends what you do. I mean, if you need some app in particular and that app runs on Windows, you use Windows. But anyway, like
I have a quick question before you say it. Isn't there a way in Linux or Unix? I don't know anything about those terms. I might be saying something wrong here, even by saying Unix. Where those operating systems, where you can actually kind of go between like a Windows-esque compatibility mode, or is there? I swear I had somebody say something like that to me once.
There's a standard program in a lot of Linux distributions called Wine, which is a Windows emulator. It doesn't always work, but it's getting better and better, and it works in lots of cases. But it's basically a clone of the Windows API calls that different programs would use.
Wow, that's cool. Yeah. I could probably get down with that. I could probably get down that road. But for right now, everything, Windows is sufficient enough for me. I mean, I don't really do a whole lot, and I'm not all that tech savvy. So I guess Windows has gotten me by thus far. So I guess I'll just kind of.
Most
Linux,
basic Windows
Unix.
programs run
Oh,
just
sorry.
fine under Wine. The things that won't run under Wine are things that deal very closely with the hardware. Like some games that have lots of optimizations and stuff won't run on Wine. And other large applications, I don't know if AutoCAD will. AutoCAD's probably got too much stuff with graphics too at the hardware level, so it won't, but I don't know. But pretty much any basic programs, email programs and certain database programs and things, all run on Wine very well.
Yeah, I wouldn't call Linux and Unix more necessarily, but it's, you know, definitely different. And you know, I keep up with the competition a little bit. You know, I used to read white papers about, you know, some of the what they call kernel internals of Windows and such. And yeah,
If you're interested in
Windows
Linux,
actually had. Sorry.
if you're interested in Linux and want a recommendation on a distro, I think Linux Mint is very good for beginners.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a different topic, but the keeping up with the features, you know, seeing what the competition had. Well, that was for shameless. Showed me that Windows had some advancements Linux did not have, and so on. Particularly in the area of asynchronous I/O and some, you know, tricky memory management affairs. So, oh, and I guess MDAN threading. Yeah, async I/O and MDAN threading would really help a lot, but just not there yet. Super paging and some of the well, there's no load control really, but yeah, load control would be nice, and then, you know, more full-blooded super paging would be good too. Wayne, did you say you kept up with operating system affairs, or you more of an application person, or?
I'm eating right now, so it's kind of hard to talk.
Well, whenever you get to it.
Yeah. I use Windows 7 as my main operating system, but I do have a dual boot with Linux Mint, and I played around with it quite a bit. And over the years, I've worked on different systems, doing some programming, not just small projects, but many different languages. But I've worked on Linux and Unix machines back in the 90s, and the various Linux distributions since then. But never anything really complicated, though. It's basically just surface stuff.
Yeah.
I've actually found it nicer to run Windows as the main operating system, and if I need to use Linux programs, I actually run a version of Linux Mint in VirtualBox into Windows.
Oh, sure, yeah.
And that actually makes it's easier than dual booting, because I can actually have both operating systems running simultaneously that way.
Mm-hmm.
And I just think that's more reliable than running Linux as the main operating system and then using Windows programs in Wine.
Well, there are virtualization environments for Windows too. I mean, you can literally have like your dual boot partition, whatever, and have like the virtual instances run the other one, and have boot into either one natively and run stuff from the other in the virtual environment and so on. Yeah. So you can play it both ways. And
the main reason I use Linux lately is there's some mathematics software, open source stuff, that's only available on Linux. And it's supposed to be available for Windows, but it doesn't work well on Windows. So running it under Linux natively makes it run better.
Which software?
One of those programs I'm using is SageMath. It has its own image that's meant to run in VirtualBox under Windows, but running it that way, the clipboard and stuff doesn't work right. So getting information between Windows and SageMath that way is just difficult. But running SageMath inside of an actual distro of Linux on the VirtualBox worked a lot better. Actually having Linux Mint as the basic operating system there, then no more clipboard problems or anything.
Right. Yeah, my stuff I kind of used or whatever was called PETSI for like numerical linear algebra and stuff, and I don't know. I guess I did some experimentation trying to get some I guess what you might call like inner loops, so on. Done with like just bare metal threaded or otherwise not MPI encumbered threading on those levels, and never did really get that far with it, but not enough to like publish or anything. But other things came out of the project and so on. Or, okay, the research group anyway. I guess pretty good. I guess it's a different level of software. It's like more like a library you call than an application you run, but still. A lot of the Fortran libraries for numerical linear algebra are a lot easier to deal with on Unix and work-alikes. So I've always had that as my go-to thing.
I've actually done some Fortran programming with using G-Fortran under Windows. I have some where I work as they do some engineering stuff there, and I had to upgrade their software, which is all written in Fortran before, so I kind of kept it in the same language, but I had to get it to recompile to Windows 7 and work with their printers, because it was meant for the old style line printers from back in the day, and I had to make it work with USB printers.
I can't imagine device interfacing being there.
What? You can't imagine the device support being there?
Well, not the support is interfacing in the program that you were porting.
Basically, I cheated. I basically dumped all the output from the program to a text file, and then I call a Windows program from a system command to actually print it.
Yes, it will end the broadcast if you leave.
Well, could I just leave you hanging here?
Do we still need to be live anyway?
I'll probably start something up right away if this one drops.
Yeah, but if I just keep this open, it will go on, right?
Well, if you leave your account connected.
Yeah, sure. Is that okay with you, Nadia?
Yeah, helps to give people control room in case things go haywire, but even so, as long as your account stays connected to this Hangout.
Yeah, sure.
So you're showing up in the video anyway. Yeah.
Okay, great.
It'll stay live.
Yeah. See you.
All right. Have a good night.
Same.
Yeah, the text file thing you were describing is how I would expect people to normally use, essentially any number crunching programs, separation of concerns. you want to, play with the device, you can use InScript or something to make it PostScript in format or whatever.
I need to actually change the entire way I'm doing the interfacing between the parts, but I chose the simplest solution at the time because it was taking too long to get it working, and they can't afford to pay me forever on it. But what I really need to do is change the Fortran into be a dynamic link library, and then rebuild the user interface from scratch in Windows so it's a better user interface. And just call the DLL for the mathematics it needs.
Well, yeah, I kind of expect. Well, program design was different back in the day.
Yeah.
Nowadays it would kind of almost be automatic for sensitive because of issues. And software engineering was different. You really got crucified by the limitations of the hardware. Like, remember all the garbage about single pass compilers?
I think I remember a little bit about that.
Yeah, I mean, it's nobody does that anymore. But it used to be like major big deal because you couldn't afford to keep everything in memory at once or go retrieving things and so on. You were basically doing I/O just to go back and forth between different parts of the program text.
Yep.
And nowadays you have lists of passes so long that a lot of the compiler developers can't even rattle it off the top of their head. And you can dynamically shove more passes in with the command line switches and so on. It's like
nice.
Yeah, I forget the good example for that. I think there's something about like constant propagation or something like that. We'll only do so many rounds, and then might also be like inlining or partial specialization or something like that. GCC's gotten a lot better on that front, but it still has this, I don't know, register transfer language thing that's not really in step with like the modern backends. And so C-Lang has made hay out of that. But it has its own sort of like, I don't know, somewhat newer improved register transfer language that's not really quite the way to go either, at least in my mind. The whole LLVM thing, right? Like a register transfer language, at least to me. It's like, why did they reinvent that? Why didn't they just use a, actually more elaborate, information retaining description like, a graph. In fact, a multi-graph, right? Interference edges of various sorts pop up. And
I've actually lost following you, Nadia. You mentioned some things I wasn't sure what you were referring to, so I kind of went over my head.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Just like, I'm not keeping up with stuff anymore either. I'm kind of, been out of the game so long, so far out of touch. It's no wonder nobody wants to hire me for shit. I don't know. The new hardware kind of came like, too little, too late. I'd already been so out of touch for so long, maybe even out of practice, and not going anywhere. At least not in time to eke anything out before the connection drops dead. Like, was me working on the kernel and stuff? Have you seen the kind of turnover that goes on in the kernel as far as code churn and stuff? It's insane. You're out of the loop for not very long, and you're lost.
Yeah, I've never gotten into kernel programming or anything low level.
Yeah, it's a bit harder to do it on Windows. Really, the Freenixes, like, what is it? BSDs, free, net, and open, and Linux are like the, I don't know, big opening to popularize kernel programming and stuff. Otherwise, it's kind of like you make it yourself, and you never get to see the internals of anything anyone else built. I don't know. A student job kernel would be, I think, a lot of fun, but I don't know if I have the wherewithal. I guess I have, hyper modern ideas about that. We kept up with more than Unix and Unix-like things in Windows. Like, did you ever deal with like VMS or?
None of these low level, but I've worked on, I forget what the ones I worked on back in the 90s. I've worked at like 2 or 3 different Unixes back then, but now I forgot the names of them.
Well,
but
I actually meant, I actually was wondering more like something not Unix or Windows.
No, nothing else. Well, Commodore 64, I did programming on it, and some of it in assembly language, but that was a long, long time ago.
Well, it didn't have real operating systems, though.
Yeah.
VMS had quite a few great ideas. In fact, the new Windows is pick up a lot of their async file system layer stuff from, essentially from the designer of VMS. Just kind of carrying it over lock, stock, and barrel. Other areas like memory management and scheduling and so on, pretty big departures from, well, the rest of the universe, but BFS is definitely VMS. And I'm impressed because like async IO has like bedeviled Unixes for ages because kind of their I don't know, legacy or heritage or whatever you want to call it is of a sort of design that's not really very amenable to it. I used to remember some of the Windows calls when I was actually kind of trying to look into it, but that was in the early 2000s. That was like when Ben LaHaye was still actually doing stuff with the Linux async IO stuff, like the real async IO for Linux, not the API with like no actual implementation behind it. You can actually find me online, or on, it was in the kernel. Care to go looking? Basically, Google my name, like it appears in my profile, and you'll find like my name in the code, and I guess the name change patch. I haven't really done anything since the name change, but the patch to change my name kind of goes over everywhere that I drop my name in. Doesn't cover quite everything that I've done, like WChan or Persona LRU or major minor fault accounting and so on.
So who else is still here and listening?
Me. Ramona.
Yep, Ramona and me.
Yeah.
Seamus is not joining us for his dinner and wandered off to a different room to eat. Here I am.
I'm gonna go to
off
bed
on camera.
pretty soon. What time is it? It is almost 4 o'clock in the morning, guys.
That's pretty serious. 9 hours, yeah.
Do you have 4 o'clock in the afternoon?
7 in the evening.
7 in the evening? Okay. Wow.
I got a question for Ramona, just silly little thing, but I'm curious. You're in Germany, right?
Yes.
How would you pronounce my last name?
Oh, what is it? Wait, who are you?
Wayne?
Wayne van Veer.
Van Bear Tyson? Okay.
I don't see the Tyson back there. Wait. No, I only see Wayne van Veer. Ah, van Vertuitzen.
It's actually Dutch, not German, and the spelling has changed over the centuries.
So how do you pronounce it?
My parents are so American, they pronounced it Van Werthuysen, which is completely wrong. I think it should be Van Werthuysen.
Van Werthuysen.
Yeah.
Yeah. It sounds Belgium or
Oh, like Flemish? Yeah.
Yeah, somehow.
Oh, that does look Flemish.
An old Huysen. Van Warthuizen.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, it's actually Dutch, so.
Yeah.
I think back in the 16 and 1700s, my family lived in Babylonian Netherlands.
Okay.
Hi, Mike. Hopefully I don't keep you up too late, Ramona. I wonder if people are fleeing to a different hangout. Yeah, Ruben's got something going, but yeah.
Yeah, I came here because Ruben invited me.
Yeah, Ruben's having a different hangout.
Huh. That's strange.
If he gave you the link to this one, he's, I don't know. Brett Keene's in there, so it might be worth my swinging by. I don't know. The way I kind of see it is kind of like the quote-unquote worst actors and the ones in need of the most help. So, you know, I actually look for kind of the I don't know what you might call them, the worst out there. I don't know. It's kind of a weird philosophy, but I guess it fits in with the whole social justice fair.
Yep. John Rawls
Yeah.
is on my to read list. I don't have any of his books yet, but someone I plan to read eventually.
Yeah, I haven't read his stuff myself. Only just like summary descriptions of it. So.
Yeah, same here, but I haven't read that many summary descriptions.
I thought there were a lot out there. I thought it was kind of vaguely popular.
Yeah, he is very popular.
It's like, who knows? It's really the whole theory of justice thing. It's kind of the, what is it? Well, it's kind of like utilitarianism, real utilitarianism, like the Rawls theory of justice. It takes the ideal observer to kind of a rule-based ideal observer. It's pretty innovative, I think. Yeah, deserved popularity.
So, Nadia, it was very nice of you to invite me in here.
Good
Absolutely.
meeting you, Ramona.
I'm gonna go. Night, night.
Night.
Yeah, and see you
Have a good
sometime.
night.
Have fun,
Absolutely.
you too. Bye-bye.
Cheers.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay, where do I... Yeah, there. Just...
Well, Ruben's link is open. We want,
Yeah, let's go to his room. There's room for both of us. Give me the link so I know where you're going. Or if I can get it from Ruben again, maybe.
yeah, I'll give it to you and play a kind of switcheroo game.
I think I know which one it is, though. Okay. I think he posted the link in the Hangouts group about 30 minutes ago.
Yeah, there it is right there. I'm going to...
Yeah, that's the same one. We'll see you there.
switch around like 3 different ways. Yeah, it'll be a minute because I have to play games, but still.
Hey Nadia, did you get left alone again?
Yeah.
Alright, where are you headed?
Nope. We're moving to Ruben's Hangout if we can.
Ruben Hangout looks kind of spicy. Brett Keene's there, and Art is there, so that could be a decent one. But I noticed that Xbox and a few others are hanging out in JD's chat, but that one looks like there's only like 2 people, so I guess Ruben's would be the place to be. Hey, would you do me a favor, and if you get in there, would you ask if I could get a seat? I don't like joining Hangouts that I don't have an invite to, or like an open invite to.
Ruben's, he posted it publicly. So you should...
he did. Cool.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
Totally public. I got the link in the sidebar text chat.
Oh, that's already the link right there at timestamp
Yeah.
9:58. All right, cool.
Okay, we'll be there.
Thank you. I might head over there.
Anybody awake?
Oh, hi Jacob. Bear with me. I'll get you a link to another hangout that everybody's in.
Awesome. Yeah, I was just going to ask you for that. I figured there was another one going on.
Yeah, you know that I hang out in like more than one at once.
Right. That's why I joined yours. I figured there was a big shindig going down, so.
There are two of them. The really big one is the Lucifer interview, but I haven't been invited to that one. This is Rubens, and they're talking like more geek stuff than they are like great debate type things. But anyway,
Okay.
there's a link for you in the sidebar.
Thank you.